Good morning and welcome to Mountain Outpost Live. I am your host, Zach Marion, for the day. AJW and Chris Warden have stepped out. Apparently, AJW is a grandfather for who knows how many times now. But he had to make his way to Durango, Colorado for his granddaughter's birth. So you all are left with me. We are here at the Jackpot Ultras in Henderson, Nevada, at the beautiful Cornerstone Park, We are just a few moments away from the beginning of the Mount to Coast 100K. Huge thank you to Mount to Coast for supporting this weekend's live stream and all of the races. If you have not checked out Mount to Coast yet, you absolutely need to. I put my feet into a pair of them yesterday morning for the demos, and I have not given them back since. So that tells you what my personal endorsement is with them. I'm going to hop on here and get onto the chat so I can join all of you lovely people. We can have a conversation. We can talk about the things of the day. We have the 100, the non-USATF 100-mile race going on right now on the long course here, which you did not get to see a lot of that yesterday if you tuned in. You got to see the USATF short course, quote-unquote short course. And today is going to involve mostly the long course. We're going to get a few more views today, which is always kind of nice and fun. That right there is going to be where the 100K starts. Mr. Mike McTeer, our wonderful drone ops, is giving us some beautiful views of the area. That right there in the far ground there, behind the tennis courts, that is our crew row. You can see all the crews hanging out there, taking care of their runners all day long. This is kind of the gathering spot right there. And that main pavilion is our start-finish. Our finish line. So with all of the different distances, obviously our start line is going to adjust given a fixed finish line. So that's why we've had start lines a little here, a little there. You can see the Mountain Outpost van and tents over there. Check it out. Whenever you are at a race, come say hi. Come check us out. We always love to hear all of our wonderful people and fans out there. Spend some time with you all. Why we're small enough, let you peek behind the curtains and see what this is all about. Always tons of fun. We'll have Maya Detmer back this afternoon. Her partner is starting the I believe, the 6-hour race at 8:30. So she will join us shortly after that for a couple hours. Today is not about any race in particular. It is about all of the races combined. This is a jackpot celebration. We are going to kind of celebrate all of the 100-mile runners, the USATF 100-mile qualifiers, as we have some octogenarians that will be finishing this afternoon. We have our awards ceremony for the USATF 100-mile champs. That will be going on this afternoon at 10 o'clock, along with all the other various races that are going to be happening. So we're going to bring you kind of some interviews throughout the day. We're going to be mentioning all of the races that will be taking place. And given the fact that we are on a slim crew, you will have me popping in and out. So if you come back to the channel and you just hear a little music, that's totally fine. That's totally expected. That's what's going to be happening. Weather is way better today, depending on how you look at it. It is a lot of sun. It's going to be warm, as you can see by all of our blown out cameras. It is absolutely going to be a warmer day than it was yesterday. A lot less wind, which is, kind of was a little unfortunate for those seeking the 100-mile champs. Just made the day a little bit more exhaustive. There we are. Our 100K starters are going to be starting right there on those Mount to Coast flags. Mr. Mike Santos giving us an official start there. We do have a big day ahead. It's going to be lots of fun. Run steep, get high in the chat. The man behind that curtain. Yes. We wear many hats here at Mountain Outpost. We are producers. We are videographers. We are chase cameras. We are, I don't know, all of it. Everything. But that's what makes it fun. Yes, Endorphin Explorer. You definitely have to get out here. One of the unique things, and I kind of mentioned this earlier, we are going to be talking about all of the races and throughout the day. So that's always a lot of fun. But it's mostly just a huge celebration of endurance running. You can see Ashley Paulson there with that bright, bright pink hair. You can't miss her. We all know who that is. White top, pink hair. She's going to be doing her stuff today out on the 100-mile course. It's tons and tons of fun. We've got all the races going on this morning. And that's what this weekend is all about. It's about just getting out here. We've got 48 hours. We got 24 hours. We got 6 hours. We got 100K. We got 100-mile USATF. We got it all. Mr. Chris Andrews in the 50-miler. We're going to keep an eye on them. In fact, I'm pulling up the timing right now just so I can keep track of all the races that are happening, and I can bring you kind of updates on all of them. So rather than follow any particular event today, we are going to follow all the events. We're going to bring you interviews throughout the day as we can get them from our USATF 100-mile finishers. We are going to get all of the action that we can, the awards for our USATF race that took place yesterday. Some amazing performances out there. Raj Paul Panu going under 12 hours for the second time in his career, which I believe he is, in rarefied air in terms of very few people have been able to do that. We've got a 100-mile starting soon. We've got a 100K starting soon. Here we go. That is our eyes on the Mount to Coast 100K race. Yeah, it's super fun. Super fun being out here. You have a beautiful location. You have great views, great community. You've got Patty Curry, Jamil Curry's mom, back there at the aid station. She's giving us blueberry pancakes. We've had breakfast burritos. We've had grilled cheese and tomato soup, oatmeal over there throughout the day, hot dogs, you name it. Vegan options, of course. But very well fed, very well taken care of. This race is an absolute gem. There is our 100-mile start. There's our 100K start in the corner screen there. It's kind of got both of them going, which is just always a ton of fun. They're going to make their way around the long loop and then cut into the short loops. Or sorry, they're going to make their way on the long loop and cut their way into the short loops. So let's see, we've got a handful of athletes in all of the races here, specifically the 100-mile short course, which out there right off the gun, we've got someone going pretty well. Let's see what they're able to put together today. We'll get some numbers, get some bibs. If you know who this is, shout them out. There, eyes on crew row there. We've got a handful of cameras throughout the course today. There we go. Eyes on our current 100-mile leader. But we are not even a lap in, so we will see what happens there, how long that maintains. As you can see, there's the short course down there off to your right, with the long course off to your, short course off to your left, long course off to your right. And you got runners going in both directions because of the different events that are going on. Your multi-day your hour-longs. You have your 100-miler that is on the longer course. All that going on right now. So no shortage of runners out on course day. That's kind of like what makes this fun, even though it's kind of a race against time. If you're signing up for a 24, 48, 6 hour races, they are a race against time. You also have obviously your distance races, but when you're doing loops, it kind of takes the point-to-point portion out of it. And you get to spend a lot of time with all of your fellow athletes out there on the course. Again, another component to what makes these races here at Jackpot so special. Not to mention a world-class live stream. Got to give a huge shout out to our team behind it all, the man behind the curtain, the great and powerful Oz. We're going to start off with Mr. Trevor Lenton doing all of our magic behind the scenes, making this ship sail in the right direction. We've got Jordan Schmidt. He's doing his work. He'll be on later today, keeping things going when Trevor's not around. We've got Jamil Corey was out here. We've got our team out on social, Mr. Shit in the Woods, Mike McMonigal, rather. He's doing his thing. Sean Haworth out there making everybody look good, taking those photos. Check out our Mountain Outpost socials if you have not. Follow us there so you get to know what's going on at all of the different races. So we are going to have, where are we going to be at next? We're getting that question here and there. We are going to show up to Mesquite Canyon, part of the Sonoran Cup out in Phoenix, Arizona. That's going to be here in a few weeks. And then we're going to be out at Lake Sonoma. Join us out there for a fantastic event. Another notable race that we will be live streaming as we prepare for our Western States live stream is going to be Cocodona 250. You all know that we are excited to bring you all the facets of Cocodona 250. Not only the exciting women's race that is going to be there, but also the feature-length film The Chase by Mr. Dylan Harris. That will be released soon. Check it out. And yeah, so those will be the next couple of events that we will be at. Come check us out there. Come say hi. That Cocodona 250 is going to be such an incredible women's race up front with Courtney DeWalter out there, Mika Tews, so many incredible athletes. It's going to be amazing. We're going to have Cocodona After Dark. We're going to bring you all the fun and insanity that happens. If you would like to volunteer at Cocodona 250, we have a lot of positions opening up soon. We are finalizing our volunteer lists over the next week, and we will have an email go out. So if you are not on the Aravaipa email or the Mountain Outpost email, go hop on. Also follow our social media channels, specifically Mountain Outpost, where you will find the opportunity to volunteer for some race credits on Ultra Signup at that race, among many others. There's so many options out there. We need mountain bikers on course for certain races. We're going to need our volunteer aid station cams, which does not take a pro. If you know how to point your camera on your cell phone at something, that's all you need to know how to do. We take care of the rest. And any other certain special skills you have, go ahead and shoot me an email, Zach, Z-A-C, at araviparunning.com, and we'll get you hooked up. Absolutely. Cocodona After Dark is a cultural event. It is something. It is something to be held. Can say, having been in that house for those multiple days that it goes on, it is something. AJW and Chris Warden know how to party. I'll put it to you that way. Yeah, so Raj Paul did not take down, or Dakota Jones. I know the two of them were openly going for that record. They were unable to secure that. Again, we had some pretty high winds, gusts of 25 plus miles an hour throughout the day, and just a constant kind of 10 to 12 miles per hour headwind. When you're doing a course like this, that crosswind becomes a headwind, very rarely a tailwind, it seems. Was definitely not the day to go for a record, but they went for it. They did it. Raj Paul did beat his previous course record here that I believe was 11:58. Now is 11:52. That is the new mark to beat. But Raj, on top of having amazing hair, has incredible endurance, speed, and grit. I got the chance to follow him for those last couple laps, and man, he's suffered. He's suffered to get that time, but he was unwilling to let it go. Thank you, Endorphin Explorer, for the like and sub. That reminds me, if you are listening and you do want to follow along at future events, go ahead and subscribe. Hit that bell. Get a little notification anytime we go live. Our goal in the next couple years is to be live just about every single weekend, bringing you action from all of the races. We need your help to do it in order to make it free and not put it behind a paywall. We got to have those likes. We got to have those subscriptions. We got to let people know that it's worth their time and effort into supporting these things. So all the big brands, if you're interested in working with us, give us a holler. Let us know. We'd be happy to allow you the opportunity to present some races. Seeing Mr. Davy Crockett cross that finish line here shortly. That man, for those of you who do not know Davy Crockett, and I'm not talking about the childhood character, the stories that we hear about. I'm talking about ultra runner Davy Crockett. Just an absolute legend of the sport. One of the most genuine human beings. Hosts a race out in Salt Lake City. Here he comes. You can kind of see on your screen, or had seen on your screen with the... you see anyone wearing a white band around their waist, that's Davey. He's got that support brace on. But he has a little race out in Salt Lake City, Utah, on the Pony Express Trail. The historian that he is, he absolutely loves the Pony Express. He loves all the history of it, and he put out a 100-mile and a 50-mile race. It's self-supported. There's one aid station at mile 25. You got to make your way from the start to the finish with a crew vehicle, because it is just a dirt road out in the middle of nowhere, Utah, just south of the Salt Flats. And yeah, let me tell you, that's a fun race, absolutely amazing race. I've done the 50-miler, didn't have the guts to do the 100-miler. And it is it's hard when you've got that crew vehicle next to you the entire day, and you know that you can call your day at any time, and the pain can stop as soon as you get in that car. But I think that's one of the challenges to it, makes it fun. Where are y'all tuning in from? Let's hear it. Let's see where you guys are at. That's always exciting for me. I always want to know where all of you viewers are coming in from. Maybe we can put get some races out in your backyard. Even start another conversation. What are some of the races you guys want to see live streamed that we don't have live streamed? I can think of a couple myself. I'd love to get Leadville 100. Would be awesome. Ooh, Pacer Travel from Florida. Michael Costa from Michigan. Ooh, how's the weather out there, Michael? This is a cold time of year. Say that as we're sitting in a wonderful clear sky, 50-degree morning. I just took my jacket off. Hey, Cool It from is that San Francisco? Is that San Diego? San Fernando Valley? snowing like San Mateo. I missed. I took 3 shots and missed all 3. But yeah, San Mateo, great place, great place. Michael, I'm sorry it's snowing out there. Hopefully these awesome views are bringing you some nice warmth and a little joy, a little reprieve from that. Hopefully you're on your treadmill enjoying this. Dana Point, California, Nocti. I actually grew up not too far from Dana Point, California, in a little town called Diamond Bar, California. We got Brett Hay from New Jersey. Shout out to those East Coasters. Y'all know how to rip, that's for sure. Just kind of spent my first time out on the East Coast with my partner out in New York. Saw that for the first time. Drove through Jersey. Sorry, didn't stop. Awesome. Michael Costa crewing his son who ran the 100. More Vegas races. Y'all have so many great races, but this is the only time of year to come out and broadcast them. You know how hot it gets out here? But you don't got to convince me twice to have a fun time in Vegas. I mean, think about coming out to this race. Fly in to Las Vegas Airport, maybe hang out on the Strip for a day or two, get some good carb loading at the buffets, the famous Vegas buffets, come run the race, and then go recover at said buffets. I'm just saying, this sounds like a whole plan, a whole weekend. Go check out the Sphere, catch some good shows. I have heard of Red Rock Canyon Ultra. That's one that did I race that one? I don't know. I've been in the sport for far too long to remember what I have and have not raced. I've been on that course, but have not actually raced the course. That is a great one, though. So kind of review last night. Kind of what happened here, the epic battles that went down. We had a lot of fun last night watching. Rajpal Panu again took down his own course record at 11:52:46, which is just an incredible time to run 100 miles. I could only dream of running half that distance in under 12 hours most days. But Rajpal again with the 4th and 5th fastest American times to have ever run 100 miles. I'm just really honed in on that on a difficult day with lots of wind. Bested his time by 6 minutes. Dropped it to 11:52, which is pretty phenomenal. Which speaks to Zach Bitter's American record of 11:18 as being something pretty incredible. At one point, the world record, which was taken down by Andy Sorokin not too long ago in a disgusting, absolutely disgusting 10 hours and 51 minutes, I believe. Sub 11 hours for 100 miles. I mean, just think about that. That is an incredible, consistent pace. But yeah, so speaking to Zach Bitter's American record, it kind of just ages it even further and makes it just some more cemented in history as one of the most epic performances of all time. At 6 days at the Dome, I believe, is where it was done. Raj coming out here 3 years in a row. First year did not get the 100-mile finish in his first 100-mile attempt. He has since come out in the 100-miler again and completed the 100-mile last year for the USATF Championship. Win at 11:58, set the course record, came back this year for an 11:52 and another win under his belt. He was followed up by a young, hungry athlete, Cody Poskin, who kind of moved up throughout the day, didn't start off near the top, but ran a very smart race and was pushing really well towards the end, had a lot of his faster splits of the evening right then there towards the last 25 miles. Looked great all day, smile on his face, ran a 13:26. And then we had Nathan Brown, another young gun at 26-year-old, running a 13:59. So again, Cody Poskin, second place, 23 years old. Nathan Brown, third place, 26 years old. Then we had in fourth place overall, first place female was Jan Springer. Just absolutely crushed it in a 15:29, taking home that USATF 100-mile championship. Followed by Sierra DeGraff, no stranger to the Vegas scene, but also the 100-mile and timed event scene with a 17:41. Not her best day, but a pretty solid day, all things considering. A Mount to Coast athlete. Shout out Mount to Coast. And Erin Carrera, 37-year-old, making her way in for our top of our women's podium at 18 hours, 14 minutes with Jessie Mullen right behind her. So that's going to be your top finishers of the 100-mile USATF course. But let's not forget we have a number of athletes out there still on course that are making their way in. We have our octogenarians, Frank Ingalls, Todd Lee, 82 years old, respectively. David Blaylock, 82 years old. Jim Barnes, 86 years old. Ed Rousseau, 85 years old. This is really the story of the day here. Starting with Mr. Ed Rousseau. He's got that 23:31 locked in. So, yeah, we've got a lot of these guys absolutely just crushing it. Let's make sure we're getting correct splits here. All right, Ed Rousseau is still making his way through. He's on lap 61 right now. At 115K. So, yeah, he's moving his way on through. He's got, another 20 laps to go. Absolutely incredible. Not going to get that sub 24, but amazing. And let's follow up here with Ed Rousseau is our lead gentleman, octogenarian. Make sure I get this correct. Yeah, Ed Rousseau, David Blaylock, 59 laps in, so, two laps behind Ed Rousseau. Ed, just a legend of the sport at 85 years old. Jonah Backstrom called it a day at 9 hours and 24 minutes. Jim Barnes, 86 years old, 58 laps, 1 lap behind Blaylock. Frank Ingalls, 2 laps behind Jim Barnes. And Todd Lee, a few laps behind him. So they are more than halfway getting it done. Huge round of applause to them. That is absolutely amazing. And then let's not forget about Mr. David Harris at 39 laps in. He's just about that halfway point. Our 70-year-old, our lone 70-year-old out there. Notable drops yesterday that did not make it to the finish line. Jared Gallup, 28-year-old, who's had some pretty significant race results, a couple so far, was pushing up there with those lead gentlemen. He called it a day 5 hours in. Devin Yanko, unfortunately, was not feeling strong from the get and decided to pull the ripcord at 5 hours and 22 minutes so that she could focus her sights on Chianti in 5 weeks. She just said, hey, 5 hours is a great training day. It'll get me more prepared and more fit for Chianti. So we'll call it there. So smart move by her. Mr. Shad Burkles, one of our videographers who is normally behind the screen, was out there giving it his best, made it 9 hours. And then we've got Dakota Jones, who was going for that record and also called it at 7 hours and 45 minutes in. Hopefully we see him later. Maybe we can give him a chat. He was running for charity, for Footprints, his charity, which is an awesome, awesome charity where they kind of take some great ideas for ways to improve our climate, our outdoor spaces, be socially responsible there, and puts them in place to like make them happen. So harvests these ideas and then gives those who pitch the ideas to them and become selected through Footprints the opportunity to actually enact those and get the funding and get the support to do that. So it's a pretty cool, pretty awesome. For those who haven't checked it out, go check it out. Footprints, amazing, amazing community there. Michael Costa, Ed Rousseau just kind of gave him up. He is on lap 61, just about to finish up lap 61, actually. And so he's got a handful of laps left. The 85 laps is the total laps for the day, so he is 14, almost 13 laps left. Eyes on kind of Tent City here. So a different course than we got to see yesterday. So we're going to see some different views, which is always fun and exciting. It is awesome to see kind of the different aspects of this Tent City that you saw a few moments ago, and we'll cut back to later. That's kind of where everyone's hanging out, especially those 48 and 24 hours who just need a little rest. The crews out here, they need some rest. They can go hop in those tents, get some sleep, see their runner. Runners can come out here solo, set up a tent, have their whole crew themselves out of it. It's a ton of fun seeing these races. Let's dive into some of the other races. We've got more than just the 100-mile USATF, but we also have the 100-mile short course, the 48-hour. Let's check in with what's going on there. Heather Goddard is 48 laps in. She is our current 48-hour leader, with Paris Castaneda, our men's leader, age 50, out of Zapopan, Mexico, 45 laps in, so just a couple laps behind our leader, Heather Goddard. Heather hailing from Denver, Colorado, 37-year-old strong athlete. David Gold, Mark Sanderson, Brent Schreiber. Our ladies are Heather Goddard with the overall lead. Regina Pierce out of Mangaap Valley in New York. I probably slaughtered that, so please take to me in the comments. Let me know how bad I messed that up. And Amy Mower out of North Bend, Washington. Wonderful place to train. Yeah, so our 48 hours is, a fairly large slew of athletes. We got 70 athletes, three DNSs, but we do have 70 athletes out there who out there just getting it done for 48 hours. Sounds like a day. Sounds like an absolute day. 2 days, really. Got questions on what time. You can hear Ashley Paulson passing by because she is just, as always, just super chatty, loving it. Like, I don't know of anyone who has more enthusiasm for the sport or running in general than that gal right there. In fact, if you pop onto the Aero Viper running website, there is Ashley Paulson and Sierra DeGraff right on the cover page. Okay, so 48-hour started at 8 a.m. yesterday. 8 a.m. also started the 100-mile USATF National Championships and the 100-mile short course, which is the same course that the championships was on. And then we had the 6 p.m. started the 12 and 6 hours, so that was the overnight races. 6 a.m. we had the early start for the 100-mile regular course, or long course as we've been calling it. The 32-hour cutoff gives them that. Now at 8 a.m. we had the 24-hour start, the 12-hour start, the 100K long course, which we saw that on the bridge, and the 100-mile long course. So definitely your plethora, you pick and choose which race you want to follow today. At 8:30 we had the 6-hour and the 50-mile start, and at 8 p.m. we have the 12 and 6-hour evening starts again. So it's kind of dispersed throughout the weekend. For those of you who want to run a 6 12-hour race, maybe you don't want to run during the day, maybe your schedule does not allow for it. Maybe you had a really selfish family member decide to get married on a race weekend and you can't make it until Sunday morning at 8 a.m. Don't you worry, we got a 6-hour start for you. Aravaipa being very accommodating with their start times over this weekend. Again, we just make Jackpot an absolute blast of races here and just tons of fun. It's an open course, so we've got, Jamil, myself, and Sean got on the course, ran a few miles yesterday. And yes, Jamil is able to run after his Chipotle segment challenge with Strava. Him and Kevin Russ just duking it out for some billion-odd miles throughout the month. We all love to follow that challenge, that fun event that took place, and I think Jamil and Kevin may have started something. I think that there will be more of these segment challenges in the future. Right, Ronan Sherpa, the nerve of those people getting married on race day. There are very few sacred weekends per year. I would say the last weekend in June, if I ever have a friend get married, they know my alliance. It is not to them. It will forever be to Western States. We've got Hard Rock weekend in July. We've got, for me, Wasatch 100, the weekend after Labor Day. Those are just sacred weekends you can't mess with. The weekend before my birthday, which is Halloween, is always our Javelina endurance races, the 100, the 100K, and the Jackass Night Run, the Party in the Desert. Go check it out. It is the most exciting one. We're going to see if we can't get eyes on that one, the 6-hour start. Let's see if we can't get our drone out there. Drone on the 6-hour start? Half the problem of these races all starting in different locations is sometimes it's hard to find them all. There they go. Let's pop over, give our 6-hour some shout. Quite a few runners in the 6-hour, 75 runners in the 6-hour race. There they are. You can hear the cowbells. Again, we're a little limited on staff today and also eyeballs. Speaking of the nerve of getting married, someone had the nerve of having a baby today, which took away Mr. AJW. He had to make his quick trip over to Durango, Colorado to see his granddaughter be born. For those of you that are wanting to track, you can track the live tracking. We've pinned that to the top of the chat here, so you can always hop on there, search through, find which race you want to follow, and kind of pick your athletes, follow them along. We've got 50-mile, 24-hour, Mount to Coast 100K. In fact, I did see... Let's see, Jim Howard, 70 years old out there going for it. Trishul Churns, 67 years old, an absolute legend of the sport, and a representative of Mount to Coast. We got to have an interview with him yesterday. He will be out there on the 100K course. Well, I say the 100K course as though it's not all one giant course, but he'll be running the 100K race. I mean, just think about that. We want to give a huge shout out to Aerovipa and their timing team for consistently nailing all of these splits, all of the different distances, marking the course to USATF standards, just absolutely going above and beyond to make sure that your race day experience is top notch. Are you cheering someone on today? Those in the chat, give us, let's hear it. Who are you guys cheering for? What brings you here to Mountain Outpost today? Just checking the action? Wanting to see some fun stuff? Got a nice little crew there on the bridge. That's on the far north side of the course. So my goal today is to go and get you guys some interviews, to go check out the podiums, the awards ceremony at 10 o'clock. We're going to kind of keep eyes on the course. If we disappear and you hear a little background music, do not be alarmed. That is probably me running out to find someone to talk to bring them in so we can have some fun interviews because, you know, I'm sure you're all going to get sick of my voice really quick. I'm sick of it already, and I've been here for 2 hours. But we will go get some interviews. We'll bring some people and we'll chat, talk about the race, talk about what brings them here. There's Ed Eddinghausen, the jester. I believe he has the record for most 100-milers in a month and also most 100-milers in a career. Ed, absolute legend of the sport. There we are on the very far east end of the course. Following the runners that make their way. This is the slight uphill of the course. On that east end, you kind of got to go up into, not quite into the neighborhood, but just right up along, skirting that neighborhood. And then you're actually treated with a nice little downhill reprieve, which is very welcomed every lap. I can guarantee you that. So y'all hang tight. I will come back. Until then, you're going to be treated to some beautiful views, some great music, and the live tracking on the top there so that you can track your runner at will. I will come back with, hopefully, with some interviews, and we'll catch you guys in a few minutes.
All right, good morning, everybody. This is Maya Detmer back again. We are at Jackpot Ultras we're live at Henderson, Nevada at Cornerstone Park. Pretty eventful Friday we had with the 100-mile USATF, the 48-hour start, and then the evening 12 and 6-hour start. We can recap some of those in a bit, but today is a new day, new races. This morning we had a start already of the 100-mile race, 24-hour, 12-hour, the 100K race, which is brought to you by Mount to Coast, and the 6-hour, 12-hour, 50-mile. So a lot of events that started this morning. I'll be getting back to you as far as the chat, so message me if you have any updates or want to shout out any of your runners, and let's get going with this. Pretty wild weather last night. I was here on the live feed from 1 p.m. to about 6, and my friend Sierra came in second overall for the second female for the USATF 100-mile. Very impressive finishes as far as that race went. I'm sure you guys have seen the posts as far as Raj's finish. He finished 11:52. He cut off about 6 minutes off of his previous time. Amazing, 11:52. And Stella Springer came in as your F1 at 15:29. Sierra 17:41. Erin Carrara, your third female, at 18:14. As far as finishing up the men's podium, it was Cody Poskin, M2. He was at 13:26, and Nathan Brown, 13:59. But today we're watching the 100K race, along with everybody else. The 100K race. Let me pull this up really quick. Kind of populating weird. We'll just have to do a refresh. Oh, there we go. All right, so looks like we have 10 people in the Mount to Coast 100K. Let's see about some of your guys' posts. Jenny King, go Alyssa Jones. Yeah, she's in the 50-miler. So the 48-hour has been out here since yesterday morning. And Heather Goddard, she has been F1 and first overall, even through the night. That's amazing. So Heather Goddard, she's at 110 miles. F2, Regina Pierce at 92.4. F3, Amy Maurer, 92.4. Your M1, first male, Paris Castaneda at 106.2, David Gold 101.6, and Mark Sanderson at 101.6. Here's a little bit of a visual of the course. Much less breezy day today. This appears to be the turn right in front of where the Mountain Outpost tent is. Yep, there it is. So this is part of the long course. So there's the USATF was on the short course, which was 1.17 miles. This longer course, a bit longer. Let's see. It's about 2 miles. Yeah, 2.3. A lot of fresh blood out there with the new start, 6-hour, 12-hour. Pretty large volume of starters for the 6-hour. There are some that have not begun yet because there's also night starts. tonight and then tomorrow morning. But altogether, there's 75 people in the 6 hour. And as they cross through some of those timing mats, there's 3 of them on course, we'll start to get some more numbers. But the race just started. It's only been on for 32 minutes. And that's 12 hour. We got 37. So we'll be following everybody. We're in particular watching the 100K for Mount to Coast, but we'll be paying attention to everyone out there on this beautiful day. I know on Thursday, as they were setting up, they had to deal with pretty bad weather with the rain. On Thursday was actually the very first time Vegas has gotten any of that in 214 days. So the roads were quite slick and created travel issues for people trying to come in for this race. I know Chris Warren and AJW, if you've been listening, had their own trials and tribulations with that, got stuck in San Francisco, had to make their way back to Phoenix and then back and then over here eventually. And then with the great news that AJW is a grandpa. He is on his way back out of Vegas. So quick turnaround. Very quick turnaround. Hopefully they got at least an hour of sleep. Maybe not. But I'm pleasantly surprised of this beautiful weather this morning though. I did go home for a couple hours, got some sleep. When I left, the gusts were trying to knock down all of the tents. I was feeling lots of sympathy for everybody out here. It looked pretty rough and cold. Everyone was adding all the layers on at that point and taking down the tents and putting in extra stakes so things didn't fly away. But we are pleasantly surprised with this. It actually feels pretty sunny. Let's check out the weather, what we're going on with all of this. So it says 55, sunny. Yeah, winds less than 7. Looks like we may get a little bit of cloud coverage by 2, but this is the this is the beautiful weather, I'm sure. Gosh, the USTF was hoping for. You can kind of see, I'm sure you can hear in the backdrop, there are tons of sounds of geese, birds. Here at Cornerstone Park in Henderson, Nevada, it's an open course. You'll see racers of all the different distances, as well as people just doing their morning stroll. There's also the assisted running group, Achilles. They assist blind runners. It would be great to kind of get a little bit more information about them, but I believe that they use this park as their training ground, and so to have Jackpot here, they run with a guide, and some will use, I think most of them will use like a strap to kind of assist with direction, and then they have to give verbal cues. Here's a nice aerial shot. And that may be Alyssa Jones in the bottom right corner. She's a fellow Aravaipa racing team from Arizona. She's had a very impressive race background. Let's pull her up. So today she's in the 50 miler. She's recently, just last year, was in Jackpot Jubilee. She came in first for the 12-hour, came in with 63 miles. 6 days in the Dome, 24-hour, 107. Came in second at Nanny Goat 6-hour, 40 miles. Sinister Night Runs, 27K, 2 hours, 34. Came in at Across the Years 24-hour, first place at 122. So, yeah, she has been rolling. As far as the 50 miler goes, looks like we have 31 people in for that race. Oh. I take that back. Somehow I ended up on last year's results. There are 27 people in for the 50 miler. I see right there Mitzi. She volunteers at a large number of Air Viper races. Always welcomes you with the biggest old smile, and I always get a hug. Love that girl. There she is, crashing through the finish line. So I have another friend that's going to be joining me in just a moment. He's relatively new to racing ultras. First one appears to be just 2 years ago in 2023. It'll be fun to kind of chat with some other locals out here. Yeah, and if you guys are on the chat, come on, make some comments. Here. Here, you can sit right there. Can you get there? All right, everybody. So my friend Ben Dacco, also a local here. Well, we're in Henderson, but
yeah,
you
no, I'm a
reside-
local to Henderson, actually.
Oh,
yeah,
you live
yeah.
in Henderson?
Yeah,
Oh,
I live
okay.
right
All
down
right.
the street, pretty much.
Well, that's
yeah,
nice.
totally.
It took me about it's not long, but like half an hour to get
Okay,
there. Because
yeah.
I'm in North Las Vegas. But yeah, no, I wanted to welcome you.
Yeah.
You're here because your girlfriend Rebecca Thomas is running the 100 miler.
She is indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's attempted that distance before. She's achieved it.
She's done it here. Yeah,
and
I think
she's-
she did
okay.
it twice. DNF'd once and finished once.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
How does she feel as far
Good.
as
Good so far.
Okay.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
you
yeah.
know, good build up? She feels like, and how's
Yeah,
mindset
her
before this?
training for the last several weeks has been going really well. So we're both really excited to see how well she can do.
Okay. Yeah. And then you just had Black Canyon last
That's
weekend.
right. That's right.
How was that?
Well, for me, it was 100K PR. I'm very much a mid-packer, but so for me, would I get like a 1550 or something like
Okay,
that.
yeah.
So, but a finish is a finish, and it's a Western States qualifier.
Yeah, you're done early in the year. That's so
right.
nice to check that box off.
Yeah, and so I can start planning for next year without having to worry about this year. So like it's a whole, I can pick from pretty much anything, and
I agree. I feel like that's just such the best thing, having your qualifier done by February, that you're like, I can literally do whatever. I don't have to worry about the qualifier. I have a whole year.
No.
We just dropped a chair. But yeah, that's awesome. I love that course.
Yeah. I love that it's a net downhill. It doesn't, what's weird is it doesn't really feel like it, because it's like the first half you're doing a lot of downhill, but it's so hilly. You're going up so much that you don't realize how much you're going down.
Right,
But
right.
if you get a really nice solid pace, you can do really well in that first half.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's I love the first 19-ish miles. Like it's kind of like that rolling before you get to Bumblebee Ranch. It's like that single track
Yeah.
going through the canyons. Like it just makes
Yeah.
you feel like you're in a roller coaster, and I just have
Totally.
so much
Yeah.
fun in that
and,
course.
And everybody's feeling good and happy,
everyone feels
and
amazing.
cheering each other on.
You don't think about after mile 20.
Yeah.
Or you should, but not everybody does, and then from that point on, it's if you played it smart, you can have a great second half. But the sun starts to come out, people are
Yeah.
starting to actually feel it in their legs. Yeah.
For me, I totally went against the rule book, and like I went out kind of hard in the first half, and I wanted to bank time. I know you're not supposed to do that, but I wanted to bank time.
Right.
Because last time I did it, I missed the Western States cutoff, because I did it last year.
Okay.
I had like 3 miles left, and I had only like 39 minutes, so I needed to be doing like 13 minutes per mile. I just like, I saw a little hill. They're like at the end, there's not even very big. They're little hills, and I was like, oh no, I can't do it. And so I just, I gave up and walked the rest of the way. So I ended up with the 17 and a half hours last year. So I beat my time from last year by an hour and 40 minutes. So
Okay.
that's a big improvement.
That is.
Yeah.
That's
Of course, the conditions were a little bit better this year, because last year it was snow at the start
Right,
line.
it
There
was
was a
mud.
big delay.
Right.
Yeah, and like I started in wave 3, and so it had already been like trampled on like crazy, and there was like, it was so muddy, and it was like different kinds of mud. There was like really wet, slippery mud, then there was the really sticky mud, and then there was like the muddy grass. And so like anytime I saw like a little bit of patch of grass, I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna run there, because that's the best spot.
Yeah, that's a fun course. I've ran the 100K twice. One year was a reroute. I don't remember the reason why. I think it was obviously because of weather. Rebecca,
Woohoo! There
Ben's
she
girlfriend,
is.
she's just turning the
Yeah.
corner, looking extremely happy, big old smile on her face. And then I have done the true course. But yeah, it's a fun one. I've done the 60K I think once or twice also. But
Nice.
yeah, it's great. Well, we are fortunate with the weather today. You weren't out here at all yesterday? Were
I
you?
came out.
Oh, you
stopped
were.
by
You
for
were,
just
yeah.
a little bit.
I did
Yeah,
see you guys.
yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah, it was during the afternoon, a little bit less breezy, but the morning was a little rough, a little bit less breezy in the afternoon, and then by nightfall, the weather really picked up, the wind and things like that. So it was a little concerning this morning when I woke up and seeing the trees outside of my house moving, and I was like,
Yeah,
oh
yeah,
no,
I
it's going to
heard-
be another day.
Yeah, we were watching the live stream last night before we went to sleep, and yeah, we could hear outside my house there was just tons of wind, and so we could tell, the runners were just like running into the wind and stuff like
Yeah.
that. It looked tough. But I mean, they still, some of those runners, they still kicked ass.
And Raj, he knocked off 6 minutes off of his time from last year.
When you're that fast, 6 minutes is a huge improvement when you're already a sub 12-hour finisher.
Still incredible.
Yeah.
You know, his average pace was a 7:07. Absolutely amazing.
That's so awesome.
Let's do a little recap of the Mount to Coast 100K. So race has just started, but you got Renee Avalos, M1, Alex Gilbertson, M2, David Carta, M3. And on the course, there's 3 females, so they will all be podium. They just got to knock out that 100K distance. So Charlotte Gilbert, F1, our local Rebecca Martin, Becca, she's F2, and Vanessa Jones. So.
Why is hers yellow? Is that a DNS? Or maybe I didn't refresh it.
Oh,
maybe I need to refresh it.
Maybe a new, yeah. DNS.
Oh, who knows? Maybe there's something maybe she's here and her bib's not working or something. Oh, we'll keep an eye on that.
Well, and let's see. So we had some starters. Let's see, the 12-hour. 12-hour so far, Caleb Stevens, M1. He started last night. So he is done with 78.5. Chris Cushing, he's another local. He came in with 43.9. M3, Rob Eastwood, 32.3. And for your females, Sarah Derdinger, 41.6. F2, Karen Volan, another local, 27.7. And F3, Jennifer Immel at 27.7. We have new starters, though, so we will see what mileage people take down today as far as those distances.
Is there another wave that starts this evening, or is that the last wave for the 12 hours? Do you know?
So there is an evening start. At 8 p.m., there's going to be another 12-hour and another 6-hour. So, yeah, there's going to be another of those. And then tomorrow on Sunday morning, there's one more 6-hour start. And that's the last start of the Jackpot Ultras.
Nice.
Yeah, and then so far, let's see. So 6-hour M1, Shelby Solomon, 37 miles. M2, Elias Malik, 30 miles. M3, Mark Orlando, 27.7. Your first female, Heather Williams, 30 miles. F2, 27.7. And Ellen Mueller, 23.1. And
yeah, that's a big race, 6-hour. It looks like 75 runners. I know we got another local, Holly Pfaff. She just started a little while ago. I think she was saying that she's hoping for 40 miles.
Okay.
She's got a big goal.
She's for the 6-hour?
Yeah.
Okay. I love it. Let's see. Let's turn. I believe those two are in the 50-miler. We'll have to
They're moving pretty good.
Yeah.
So
I think I saw a pink bib.
I did the 12-hour last year. It was fun. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, what do you think of the course?
I think it's awesome. I mean, I come out here, for my training runs pretty regularly.
Right,
so
because you're in Henderson.
yeah,
so
yeah.
this
So
isn't
it's a
far
nice
for
short
you.
drive. I like to, out here. It's nice and safe. I'm not worried about getting ran over by a car. So it's a nice place to do speed work and stuff like that for sure.
Yeah, 'cause you have a little bit of gain, but it's honestly not too bad. If you stay on the lower section, like the south part of the park, you actually do have that hill. So if you wanted to work on
hill it's
repeats.
Great place. Yeah, over there's a big hill over there, and then I've done hill repeats over here on that back side. So yeah, it's definitely a cool place to run at. And get all the geese that the viewers at home could probably hear. All these geese.
They got even louder as the sun was setting.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if they were saying goodnight to each other or what, but. And I have seen Ashley Paulson out on course.
Yeah, her and Lisa. I forget Lisa's last name. They look like
Jones.
I thought it was Lisa.
Oh, I'm not sure who she's running with. We'll have to see if we can. She's kind of easy to spot with her.
Oh yeah, the pink hair. Yeah. She was out at Black Canyon last week too. I never saw her because I think she started in the elite wave, and so I never caught up with her. But she was out there. She did the 50K too, right?
She did the double.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did the.
I think she was looked like she was pacing her friend for the 50K. She
was with Chris Warden, so he's also the commentator that does a lot on Mountain Outpost. He was here yesterday. He was part of the travel struggles with the weather, and they got detoured into San Francisco. AJW ended up getting stuck in San Francisco overnight, eventually made it by evening last night and jumped on the live stream. And then Chris was able to get a flight back to Phoenix, but then the time frame was barely enough to even worth leaving the airport. So we slept in the airport and then flew here. Arrived in Vegas minutes before the race started and jumped on like a couple minutes after the race started. And then I joined him at 1 p.m. He stayed on air for maybe like another hour or so. And then I asked him when he jumped back on around 6 p.m. if he got any sleep. And he's like, I got a nap or asleep. I was like, oh, you may be a little delirious. Drink some coffee. Hopefully he did. Hopefully he got some sleep last night. Trying to see. And it looks like, so Ed Eddinghausen, he was out here yesterday for the USATF 100-miler. He finished in 22:52. Very impressive. I don't know the total number of hundreds. I've heard he's getting close to 100 he's gotten 300 or slightly over 300. But he has many Guinness records for number of hundreds. I believe he got 52 100-milers last year. Just very incredible. But yeah, he finished the 100-mile USATF yesterday, and he switched over, and he's now started the 100-miler today. So he's going back out. He usually will do multiple events at a single event to rack up multiple 100-mile buckles, but we'll do a wardrobe change. So he has a new wardrobe, a new outfit, new jester outfit.
Yeah,
he
seems to have multiple versions of his jester suits, right?
He does. I saw him last at Across the Years, and he, I believe, got 3 different 100-mile races completed there, and so 3 different outfits. And it was, you know, Christmas
so
time,
impressive.
so he had like a Nutcracker one. He had like a Santa one, and I can't recall the last, but the Santa hat even had like the split, like a jester hat, but like a Santa hat.
Nice. That's cool.
So he's
Yeah,
got
like
this-
red with the, did it have bells jingling on the end?
He did.
Nice.
No bells on there, but it did have the, like, the
Okay.
little white
Oh, the little puff balls.
puff balls. Yeah.
Nice.
So, but other 100-milers that are starting today. So I was trying to find, and I finally
What's
found it. It was
kind of
Ashley Paulson.
really interesting with him is like he'll wear that suit even when it's like hot out, and so it looks like today's kind of warming up, so you can see people, you know, shedding their layers that they started with, and so it's
He commits to it.
Yeah.
You never
It's
see
gotta
him
be,
drop
like-
with the jacket or anything.
yeah, he's probably getting toasty in some of those races where he's wearing those suits.
He, I'm sure, has like them specially made. Like I'm sure
Yeah.
they're like a wicking.
Like very
I would
thin.
Hope, I would hope so. You know,
They
otherwise,
look I guess I haven't looked really close, but when you look at it, it looks like, you know, regular, like, you know, suit material.
Oh,
but
that would be
I
way
don't
too
know.
hot. Because he's finished like these very hot races in it.
Yeah.
You know, he ran. I saw him at Sedona 125. You know, like it was pretty toasty on a lot of sections during that race, and he commits to his race outfit. You know, so
Yeah.
I hope for his side, but he can handle it. Obviously, he has committed to it. But yeah, right now for the 100-miler, there is that started this morning.
Yeah, there's Ashley.
Yeah, Ashley.
with
So
the pink
Ashley
hair.
Paulson, F4. We were just chatting that she just last weekend she did the double, the Black Canyon 100K on Saturday and then the 60K on Sunday. So, and she's back
and
out.
That looks like Holly right there.
Oh, that just ran past. There we go. Yeah, we're going to be doing some shout outs throughout as we see our friends.
Yeah. There's a Achilles runner. Is Terry's her name, right? I think.
And then Holly Rosenblatt from the Top Chat, she's doing a shout out to Heather Gothard on the 48-hour.
Nice.
Back home in Texas. Holly Rosenblatt. Yeah, I looked up on the 48-hour a couple times yesterday as we were commenting, and she was holding strong on the first overall, and you know, coming back on course, she is still first overall. So
Oh, and there's my buddy Hunter. Shout out to Hunter.
yeah, Heather Gothard is at 113.2 miles right now. So that is a pace holding at 13:15 for
Nice.
25 hours. Just 23 more hours to go. We have a couple other people we want to talk about on the 48-hour. We have some of our friends. Tim McKenzie, this is his first 48-hour event. I was chatting with him yesterday, and I just asked him his thoughts about it, and he said, it's my first 48-hour event. I have a goal of 200 miles. The farthest I've ever run is 100 miles. It's exciting embarking into the unknown. When I expressed my goal to some, they said it's not possible. I say, let's find out what's possible, which I love. I love that. Like, don't tell me what's not possible, but what I can or cannot do. That just fuels my fire.
No,
you know?
Totally. I mean, it's like you don't really want people to have like a negative look at your goals, but to be fair, for some people that's like really motivating because you're like, I'm gonna prove them wrong, right?
100%. I always take it as that. Like, don't tell me what my limit is.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that everybody should have that kind of motivation. Like, don't try to knock me down just because you don't think you have that capability. You know, just have.
I don't
that
remember.
belief.
Have you done a multi-day event before?
So I've done self-supported races. Back in 2015, I ran Grand to Grand, which is a self-supported stage race. So it takes place over 7 days. It's like 170 miles or so, and almost every day is an ultra. And so you're living outside, you live out of what you can carry. So like my carrying pack weight initially was about 20 pounds, and you carry all your food, all your gear for the entire 7 days. You share a tent with 7 other people. You start the race with 8 people in a tent total. And as people are not making the cutoffs or people are deciding to call it, the numbers dwindle, but you always maintain your tent mates. So my tent did pretty well. We started with 8. I think we finished with 5. But there was other tents that just had 1 person, and they don't consolidate or anything like that.
Wow.
But it was really
I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, because you kind of get like your privacy and nobody else making noise in your tent, right? So you can sleep probably pretty well. You don't want to be in a party tent, right?
I don't think anyone had the extra energy for a party tent. Like there were such long days, and I liked the consistency with it. Like we would always wake up at the same time with the same soundtrack, and you'd have basically like an hour. I would make my instant coffee, eat my oatmeal, pack my gear that I used for sleep, and then get dressed for the day, and then do the mileage. And then the rest of the day during that time, you weren't allowed to use your phone as far as contact with outside source. So there was no internet or anything like that. So it was literally a week away from the outside world. So this was my whole...
It's like a retreat.
It really was. It was hard, but I loved it. And these like complete strangers, it's a very international race. People from all over the world. It was absolutely one of the most difficult and rewarding things. I would love to do one of those again, but to take a week off, I'm already doing that this year for Cocodona.
Yeah,
so
there you go.
We'll have to do something else, one of those again. But it's difficult because you have to, everything that you bring, you weigh it because you have to carry it for a week. And so you have mandatory calories for the entire week, and I kind of rationed myself to between 2,000 and 2,500 calories. And you have to show it. It's mandatory gear.
So is that when you leave each aid station, you have to have enough calories, or
before you start the race?
Oh, okay.
At the gear check-in, you have to show your entire week worth of food because you're carrying everything, And so
wait. So your crew can't give you
there's
more?
No crew.
Really?
No, it's completely self-supported. So you carry all your food and all your clothes, your sleeping bag, your warm gear, cold gear. The only thing that they provide is a tent and water.
Wow.
That's
okay.
it. So if you want to wipe your butt, you also need to bring that. I rationed my wet wipes, so that was my bath for a week. I got a couple wet wipes a day to clean myself, and it was
wow.
Yeah, it was tough. But yeah, you ration it, and certain foods I didn't bring because they were too heavy.
Yeah.
And it wasn't calorically dense enough.
Yeah, so you need like the dry foods where it's basically just calories, and then that way there's like no water in it, so you can just get
just
water
add the
at
water.
aid stations, right?
Yeah. Difficult, but I love it. So it's Grand to Grand, so it starts in the Grand Canyon, yes, and then you finish at Grand Escalante. So you start in Arizona and you finish in Utah.
Wow.
So,
okay.
Yeah, it's a fun course, fun race. But we are at Jackpot Ultras in Henderson, Nevada. Multiple distances and fixed time happening this weekend. Yesterday we had the 6-hour, 12-hour 100-mile USATF, and then the 100-mile short course started yesterday. Raj came home with the win again. He knocked off 6 minutes off of his time, and then Cody Poskin second. Nathan Brown M3 came in with the third. Nathan Brown, he actually was very impressive. Just a month ago, he won Coldwater Rumble with a new PR on the 100-mile distance. He finished that in 15:50. and turn around. A
Wow.
month later, he came to this.
Nice.
So he shaved quite a bit of time. So 1550 down to 1359. I'm sure when he was getting to that, he was just like sub 14. And he got it.
Oh yeah, like beat it by 37 seconds, right? That's awesome.
And then it was fun to watch Stella Springer and Sierra DeGroff, Aaron Carrara yesterday. Also, they actually shared a couple loops together, and it was a little confusing at first because it was getting closer to sunset, and Stella had changed. She had been wearing a blue USA shirt and switched into a jacket, and so we didn't recognize her initially, but they were step by step running together, and we're like, it has to be her, and it ended up being. They shared some miles together and then ended up splitting. Stella got ahead of Sierra. It was kind of a leapfrog situation for a bit, and yeah, Stella came home with the win. So yeah, she finished in 15:29. Sierra, she also, so 17:41. And
Yeah.
then Aaron Carrara, 18:14.
I hope someday I can get a 100-mile race in I would say even under 24 hours. I think is pretty impressive. So for these people that are doing it at
Dropping
12
these
hours,
times.
17 hours, 18
Incredible.
hours, so awesome.
Absolutely incredible. We just saw on the live feed,
Yeah,
Rebecca
that's
Thomas
Rebecca,
passed.
my amazing girlfriend.
You guys have been busy. You guys were also at Hurt earlier in January.
Yeah.
Got a little
yeah.
Hawaii time.
A little Hawaii vacation. Yep. We had a busy. Last year was really busy. We were just like we did so many ultras last year. It's probably over 10. So many, it's hard to count them all.
That's a lot.
This year
Yeah.
we don't have as many planned right now. We both signed up for the blue 48-hour race. So
Oh, which one is that?
the Beyond Limits one,
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
in
okay.
California.
Cool. Okay.
So we're both signed up for that.
Yeah.
And then I have some little races. I don't know. I think I struggle so much on the really big distances like the 100Ks and the 100 milers. So I think I'm just going to maybe focus on shorter distance for a little while and see how it goes when I'm doing like half marathons and 10Ks.
It's good to change it up.
Yeah.
It really is. We get fixated on a certain thing, and maybe, tuning in with the nutrition and the pace, and then going back out at something different later.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm not going to give up on the big distances. I think I just probably need to do a better job of building up to those big distances. Because my first ultra marathon was not very long ago, so I haven't been doing it for very long. So I haven't reached my peak yet. So I think there's still a lot of potential for me to build up and
100%.
get better at those
Oh, yeah.
big distances. But for now, I think I'm going to just try to be like, let's see what happens if I just go fast on these shorter distances for a little while.
And it's kind of nice reprieve to actually get to sleep in your bed at night, instead of going out for the 100 miler
absolutely.
every time, or, having dinner.
Yeah.
Like showered
being
and,
able,
ready for
last weekend, to be able to finish before midnight
Right,
and go and sleep at a reasonable time. That's really cool to me. And I did Hennepin last year, and that was a struggle fest for me. So it's staying up all night long into the morning, into the heat of the next day.
Right.
That's tough. And you're just kind of just slogging. Why am I doing this?
when the whys come out.
Yeah. Never again. And then the next day you get it done. You're like, okay, well, maybe I'll do another one. Which one should I do next?
When is the California race?
Oh,
you have some
I think it's
time?
May. Yeah,
Oh, you
yeah.
have
So
some
lots
time.
of time. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Aravaipa has a lot of races all the time that are happening. Copper Corridor is actually happening February 22nd. Mountain to Fountain, March 2nd. Mesquite Canyon, March 8th. Crown King, March 22nd. Damn Good Run, April 6th. April 6th is a busy weekend.
Oh yeah, you know what? I just checked, and that's the weekend that Beyond Limits is too. So that's where it starts on April 4th. So.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm 100% going to be in Arizona that weekend. The Air Viper racing team summit weekend is that weekend, but also the training run for Cocodona is also that weekend. So I'm trying to navigate the time to do both because I want to run the first 37 miles. I could do it just on my own and not have it as a organized run through Air Viper.
It's a damn good run. That's interesting. So I guess you must run over a dam or some sort out there. Oh, Lake Pleasant Regional Park.
Which I haven't done this race, and I've been wanting to because I've also seen on their posts on this race that like you finish the race and then you can bring your paddleboard.
Oh, okay.
And then you can like paddle on Lake Pleasant, which I'm like, that sounds so
yeah,
fun.
So that's really close to the finish line of the Black Canyon 100K, right? On that north part of Arizona, north part of Phoenix. Isn't that where Lake Pleasant is? I'm pretty sure I drove past it on the way to the Black Canyon. I think I saw the dam too, so that must be the dam that they run across.
Yeah, I've
so they got a 40K, 26K, 13K, 4-miler, and 2-miler.
Yeah, and then April 12th, so I ran Whiskey Basin last year. I ran the 91K. Great time. You circumnavigate Prescott. That's miles 78 of Cocodona. But just a fun course. And that's about 3 weeks before. So I'm likely going to be jumping in for that race again. But yeah, they have a bunch of events all through every single month. All right. And then let's say...
Oh yeah, see, there's where Lake Pleasant is. So, and then there's the Black Canyon course goes, through there,
right
like because there's Bumblebee in Black Canyon City.
So north of Phoenix, west.
Yeah, northwest of Phoenix.
Yeah, I haven't been to Lake Pleasant. That would be fun to go to. Bring your paddleboard. Got a shout out from Aurora Serendipity. Go Renee Avalos from Renee Carnados.
That's right. Is he still in first male for the 100K?
He is.
Yep, first overall.
So M1, Renee Avalos, 8.2. M2, Alex Gilbertson, 5.9. M3, David Carta, 5.9. F1, Becca. I saw her not too long ago. 5.9. And Charlotte Gilbert, F2, 1.3. Now let's go check out some of the other other distances and times. So it does list because of the 6-hour and the 12-hour. If you guys are looking at the live track, people did start the 6-hour and the 12-hour last night. There was a Friday evening start that was at 6 p.m. And so you do see larger numbers already established for the 6-hour and the 12-hour. Or let me correct myself. Friday night. Yeah, 6-hour and the 12-hour. So if you're looking and you're seeing like how does somebody have 37 miles and then somebody just has 6, there's people that already have been on the course and they are done. So the 6-hour evening start, they finished at midnight. The 12-hour, they finished at 6 a.m. this morning. So I'm just going to read so far. Oh, let me refresh that again. So it'll be a little difficult to figure out a bit later, but just the fact that it's only been an hour since the race has started, I'll say for today that at 6.9 miles, Seth Hubble, Mark Edwards at 6.9, and then our other local, Sam Longson, that's actually my boyfriend, he's at 6.9, matching up. And then the females that started today, we have Holly Plath.
Yep, Holly Pfaff. Yeah, she's
And
trucking. This is
she's on the
8.2 miles after 1 hour and 1 minute and 43 seconds.
There you go. And then as far as the overalls, so far what they're going to have to beat from the Friday evening starts is your M1 Shelby Solomon has 37, M2 Elias Malik 30, and then M3 Mark Orlando at 27.7. Your females, Heather Williams, she got 30. Natalia Bond at 27.
Natalie Bond, yeah.
Oh, do you know her?
No.
I was like, you said it like you knew her. I was like, I apologize. I butchered so many people's last names.
Well, could be Bone or Bond. Yeah, it looks like Bond.
Bond, 27.7. And F3 Ellen Mueller at 23.1. And then you got your 12-hour. So same idea if you're looking at the live tracking. Caleb Stevens, he started last night, so he's got 78.5, which is an impressive number to try to beat for the 12-hour distance. Chris Cushing, 43.9. Rob Eastwood at 32.3. And then Sarah Dirtinger, she's the F1, 41.6. Karen Volan, 27.7. And Jennifer Immel at 27.7. Let's go check back at that Mount to Coast, though. We just did. There's no change yet. There's a aerial shot that is on the more, let's say, east side of the course. Looking north, they're following. I'm not sure who is in blue, but he is trucking away.
Yeah, I'm pretty curious who that is in the blue. They're moving well. So on this camera now, is this the backside of the long loop, right?
That's the long, yes.
Yeah.
So the tent city, you can rent tents if you want to make just travel a little bit easier for you not to have to worry about setting up a tent or anything like that. And then just past that a little bit more south, you can see some pop-up tents. All of those. We have a lot of our friends are racing this course, but there's a whole grassy area, grassy knoll section that is completely open to set up tents, pop-ups, and then the parking is just adjacent to that. So if you have an RV set up, you are more than welcome to use that for your aid. If you're on the long course, though. If you're on the short course, you don't touch any of this back section.
Yeah, we have a friend, Brian, that sets up a bunch of canopies over there, and we call it the Taj Mahal because he makes it so nice. He's got heaters in there and chairs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it's really...
It's a very comfortable place to be in, you know?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
It's like
we joke
very
about
hot.
it like the runners have to be careful going in there because they don't want to come back out once they go in because it's so comfortable.
It's the Taj Mahal. He has couches, the double burner stove. Reprieve from the heavy winds last night. He has a propane fire pit, so can stay nice and toasty if you need a little break from the crazy weather, being too hot or too cold. He's brought that to so many races. You can see it right there. So that's Taj Mahal on the left, that big yellow. Yeah, and then Hoka, our friend Tim McKenzie, he is running for Hoka. Perhaps we can see who that is. He's making the turn up. So the long course, you actually loop around the grass section. So you can actually have now a better aerial view of what we were just discussing. The structure to the right, just past that, there's flushable toilets. There's portas right here on the corner. Tons of options. And then you can see as far as like the RV setup right here as well. You can back up and have aid. You can see that some people have done that, dropped a trailer right there, which is really nice.
Yeah, totally.
That would be a really nice setup to have instead of having to haul everything, set up your pop-up or tent or any.
Yeah, that's one of the really cool things about these like loop courses like this is you get your own setup, and so you can just pack it with everything you need right there. Like, and I did across the years. I know you've been out there a few times too. I did the across the years 48 hour, and it's very similar. I don't know. I know they changed the location for the last one.
They did.
And I did it the year before, and so it was really nice. They had that backside where all the RVs could back up, and you could back up your truck and set up a table. And they also had a grassy area where you could set up like pop up and stuff like that. So yeah, that was nice. I slept a little bit more than I was planning to when I did that race, but it was definitely nice to have like a cot set up with a canopy that I could sleep under at night.
Did you guys have a heater in there?
We didn't, but I mean, I had so many layers.
But you had a cot and like the sleeping bag.
Yep, totally.
Yeah, you guys were comfortable.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, across the years used to be at Mountain. What was it called? Spacing the name. But they moved it to Peoria Sports Complex. Both are baseball fields. They're training camps.
Yeah, spring training camps, right?
But the new location is pretty nice. I didn't run the full course. I just was on certain sections of it, and a lot more amenities, like showers and bathrooms, like the flushable toilets. It's just kind of nice to not have to use portas so frequently, and they had more than enough of, real bathrooms at that location. Plus, it's more in a developed area. So tons of restaurants. Our hotel that we stayed at was like across the street, so it was so convenient. Here's the south side of the Cornerstone Park. So they're heading more east, starting to direct northeast over there. Yeah, the long course is 2.3 miles. The short course is 1.17. So the USATF, they didn't have to do the long course. They stayed more lower. There isn't this like kind of horseshoe out and back loop section. But they're also more restricted. If you want to participate in the USATF, you do have to register and with that company, the USATF, and then they are more restricted as far as what you're allowed to use during the race, like no music,
no
pacers at all. Shoes, you have to watch the shoes as far as like stack height and more specific details with that. Joe and I were kind of chatting about shoes for a while out there because we're trying to see what Raj was wearing. I know that Sierra is a Mount to Coast athlete, so she was rocking one of those. And then it also looked like Stella, the female winner, was wearing Hoka. I didn't see what Cody Poskin was wearing, but Nathan also was wearing Hoka. Yeah, we are lucking out with this weather today. Oh, and then we can see right there, that's the Achilles. So I was kind of looking up, there's an international, but there's like chapters for the Achilles Foundation. They, off of their site, it says the Las Vegas chapter of Achilles International transforms the lives of people with disabilities through athletic programs and social connection. Since 1983, Achilles International has empowered over 150,000 athletes of all ages and ability levels to participate in endurance events around the globe. So it's amazing. They have, I think, at least a dozen athletes out at this event, and their Vegas chapter train at this park, which is amazing, you know, so they're already becoming more familiar. And I kind of was listening, they had a representative from Achilles on the feed yesterday, and they were saying that not everybody that they are helping, these athletes, it just were born blind. There was like one person, like she just woke up one day and she couldn't see anymore.
Oh, wow.
You know, it's a progressive disease, you know, and so he had gone to their services, and these people had like blindfolds on because they were progressive, so they weren't 100% blind, but they're learning how to chop vegetables and learn how to function as their vision was degrading, you know. And so these guides, so they'll have a bib out there that says guide, and they usually have some kind of strap so
Like
that
a tether, yeah,
a tether to just kind of give some more like physical assistance as far as, but they will run stride for stride with these athletes.
Yeah, it's really amazing. These volunteers are going out there and helping these people that aren't able to do these races on their own. It's really awesome that they do that. It's very cool.
Oh, and it's getting a little bit warmer, but honestly, it's going to be just gorgeous out today. It's 57.
Yeah, and that nasty wind from last night has kind of settled down, and now it's just a nice, cool breeze.
Yeah, it's so nice. I'm sure all the USATF are like, oh, why didn't this weather happen yesterday? But
oh, there's Jose.
Yeah,
He's planning on doing 50 miles out here.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Is he on the 50 mile, or is he on a set, one of the other like set times?
Maybe the 50. Let me check there. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, Jose Santos. Yeah, so he's registered for the 50 miler.
Oh.
There's a live shot of the start and finish line.
All right, there's a great aerial view of the north end of the park. So you can see that there's some basketball courts, and then they're kind of making their way up just a slight incline over here, and then heading back to where the main strip aid is, and they were calling it pit row, where your pit crew could have been at. But tons, there you go, there's some pit row section. So the USATF, they were all in this area.
Yeah, that was part of the rules, right? All their crew had to, the crews could help the runner, but only within a certain distance from the start line, right? Is my understanding. So they all kind of had to stay in this area to help their runners. And of course they can, even if they're self-supported, they can come out and set up their own table and put all their gels and drinks out for themselves.
It's just past the finish line, so you can't visualize it there, but just in the distance, you can actually maybe see the banner a little bit.
Yeah.
And then we're just seeing some people come on through.
There goes Jester. Looks like he's about to pass the where that finish line is, or probably better to call it the end of the loop. Since he's nowhere close to finishing so far.
If there was a 100-miler that starts tomorrow, he would be in it, but there's not. He's got the 200s that's going. He's finished the one yesterday, and then he's going for one today. Yeah.
Can you imagine doing over 300 to 100-mile races in your life? Incredible.
Just getting a shout out from a local. I think that was Stacy Daniels. The back-to-backs that he's capable of doing is impressive. I know Andy Glaze was supposed to be here. I guess his birthday is around this weekend. But he is still recovering from, I believe it's his quad injury. And so he's still running 100-mile weeks.
Yeah.
He just didn't want to do a full push in this race.
Yeah, I saw a picture that he posted on like Instagram or something. A really big bruise on his upper leg. Yeah.
Well, hopefully he heals up pretty quick for that.
He's still doing 100-mile weeks somehow.
He's still doing his 100-milers.
I mean, I can't even remember how many weeks he's on. He's like, I think it's past 3 years by now, right? Just keeps going and going.
It's a long time. Yeah, it's still pretty early. It's just shy of 2 hours since the start of the 100K, Mount Dacota's 100K. So far, we have M1 Alex Gilbertson at 8.2, Renee Avalos at 5.9, David Carta at 5.9, and your females, Becca Martin 5.9, and Charlotte Gilbert F2.
Okay, so that's interesting. So yeah, at some point Alex must have passed up Renee because Renee was the overall leader for a while.
Yeah, anyone listening, if you guys want to give a shout out to your runners, you are welcome to. And then let's take a look at your 100-milers that started today. Your F1, April Irwin, 23.1. Cheryl Lambert, 18.5. F3, Andy Raymer, 16.2. And then you have our Ashley Paulson, F4, 11.5. Your M1, Joe Aghioli, Aghioli, 18.5. Cheryl Lambert, 18.5. Oh, excuse me. Let's just start all that over. M1 Joe Aghioli, 18.5. M2 Logan Kramer, 16.2. And M3 Henry Becker, 13.9. We have some other friends that are in the 100K. I saw Darren, one of our friends. He is, I've seen him loop. Maybe it's
you know what? Like the main
behind.
page doesn't seem to update as often as, but if you press on it, you can see it looks like he's 5.7 miles in at
there you go.
147.
Yeah, we may be dealing with a little bit of a delay on the live tracking. There's the finish line again. They had a fun start to this race. They're Elvis and the Showgirls. They've been coming out to this event. Really quick, that's George Greco. I first met him at the Pemberton Trail Classic. I was wearing a mask, so it must have been 2020 or 2021. It's funny how your memory goes with that. You're like, I can recognize what year or remember what year because of COVID. But yeah, I met George Greco at that race. Such a great guy. Where was I going with that?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Got distracted.
I saw him at Sawmill last year.
He was at Sawmill.
Yeah.
He was at Sawmill.
That's when I first met him.
Yeah, I believe he's from California. Oh, what I was going to say is Elvis was at the start of today's race. He was also there here yesterday. But the previous RD, Ken Roble, he used to own this race and sold it to Aravaipa. I did his race here back in like 2016, and even then they had Elvis and the Showgirls. Just such a fun vibe. Lots of runners this morning were getting some pics with Elvis and the Showgirls. They had that photo op. I actually did bring an Elvis outfit. I may change into it a bit later and
Nice.
share some miles as Elvis out there. People just cruising through.
Yeah, so I'm on Team Care Bear today. So Rebecca's wearing the same shirt as me. So
Hug dealer.
Hug dealer. So yeah, if you see us out there, you can ask for a hug and
A nice sweaty hug.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm so pumped to see so many locals. You know, these are even more fun the more and more familiar faces and meeting new people as well. You know, it's these are
to
always
have the national championship in our backyard. That's just
Right.
really lucky for us. We get to come out and see like Raj doing another. He did sub 12 hours last year. Came out and beat his time from last year. Just so awesome to be out here and be a part of it.
It really is. You know, people just big goals, you know, accomplishing, doing the best that they can. Here's another view of pit row. And Ashley Paulson making her way. She's in the 100-miler today and moving amazing. She's always got a smile on her face, always so positive. Looking really good. She's coming back from a labral tear, so a hip injury. I dealt with one of those a decade ago, and they are very uncomfortable.
Yeah, and just saw we still have some of the USATF 100-milers. Some of them are still out there. So finishing, I saw somebody. He should be passing that. Oh, there's my girlfriend. Woo, Rebecca! Woo! Oh, yeah, there goes Rebecca with her Hug Dealer shirt. Team Care Bear.
Yeah, you are correct. There are still some people out there. I know that, let's see, Ed Rousseau, 85 years old. He started yesterday in the 100-mile USATF, but octogenarian, he's at 73.1 miles.
Yeah, it's really amazing to be out there and being in your 80s and still being able to complete 100-mile races. That's pretty amazing.
Don't you have that aspiration?
I absolutely. I hope like whether I do them or not, I hope I'm I'm able to. Yeah, that's and hey, that's one of the reasons why I run now, right? It's to stay healthy. It's about longevity.
I love going to these events. You know, you tend to see the same people. There's a couple, Mike and Claudia. I've been seeing them across the years and at Jackpot for years. And Claudia completed a couple different events at across the years this past one. Like, I believe she did like I think it was like the 24-hour or the 100-miler, and then as soon as she finished, then she signed up for a different one, so she completed multiple. But they kind of set it up in a different way, that they'll, start in the early morning, get in the miles. This is for the timed fixed time races. You're allowed to leave course, and so they would get there early in the morning, get in the miles all throughout the day. By the time it was sunset, they would kind of pack things up, head back to their hotel, get showered and eat some dinner, get some sleep, and then head right back and then continue on with their 48 hours. So, they're out here to have fun, get in the miles, but not break themselves.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the cool things about those fixed time races is like it's not a lot of rush. If you have 48 hours, you can use that however you want.
However you want. You want to sleep, eat, whatever, take a nap, sleep for hours and hours.
Yeah.
You can. Here is a view of the finish line. People making their way on the long course. They have to kind of do a couple turns to make their way up here.
Yeah, on the screen right now it's kind of a 360 they got to do right there when they change directions and go back out the other way.
I looked up the name. So this body of water is called Railroad Lake.
Oh, I thought it was Quarry something. Maybe I got it wrong. But I know there used to be a mine here, right?
Oh, I didn't know that.
I read that somewhere. We might have to double check that, but I thought there was like a mine that they closed in like 2001 or something like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I quickly looked into Cornerstone Park, and it was saying that the lake is called Railroad Lake, and that the center area is Garfield Island.
Interesting. I know that there's a trail that goes kind of on the backside over there, and it's
There
the
is.
Union Pacific Trail, right?
I have ran that. It's a nice little, stay away from car trail, paved path. Oh, you're talking about a different one. I went one that went east. There's one that goes north. I have also been on that one.
Well, I think it goes it kind of goes like southeast, like towards Boulder City.
Okay. Well, let's look at the 50-mile start. Looks like we have Chris Andrews as your first male, 14.1. Anthony Kunkel, M2 at 11.8. And James Scanlon at 11.8. Alyssa Jones, your first female, at 9.4. Lisa Baj at 7.1. And Myra Lopez at 4.7.
Oh, here we go. So I found there's a little blurb on the Jackpot website. So it says, once a gravel mine which operated from the 1950s to 2001, Cornerstone Park now functions a community hub with sports areas, picnic spots, and walking trails. The scenic 31-acre pond is the centerpiece of Jackpot Ultras, providing a pleasant backdrop throughout the duration of your race.
There you go. All right. Where you can hear the geese.
That's right. They're just talking all day long, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a fun event to go to. My boyfriend has some teenagers, and they're out here hanging out. Just a fun environment to be in. Watching people achieve some goals. And then just kind of clicking a little bit closer on some of the live tracking. I did list Alyssa. It does say 11.8, but if you click on, oh, it changed back to 11.8. All right, I will stand true with 11.8 for F1. Good question. Somebody's asking if the award ceremony is if it's going to be on the live stream. Team Campbell, we are working on that. I gotta see who that is. He is rolling though. If that's our M1 that just passed.
Oh no, that wind's picking up a little.
Like, we hope you enjoyed your calm weather. Here comes the change. Look at this guy flying. Flying. I need to confirm who that is, but he has been cruising at that pace since the start. I believe he's in the 50 miler. But need to confirm. If anybody out there watching knows who the male with the long hair, white shirt, let us know in the chat.
It's okay if I take a 5-minute break. I'm gonna
Yeah,
go
absolutely.
do a little bit of crewing duties and
Absolutely.
check
Thanks for
and make
joining
sure
me. Yeah,
yeah, I'll come back in a little bit if you don't mind.
absolutely.
Okay. See you soon.
All right. So this is that bridge that we were watching Raj kind of tapping. He had some fun quirks to pay attention to yesterday. His little tap, tap, taps on this bridge. And then as he headed up east on this section, he would curve, and then there was some flags on a ribbon that he would kind of continue to touch. Just the fun quirks that you would watch And this guy is cruising. He has been holding this pace since the start. Yeah, if anybody who is out there listening, give me a heads up on who this athlete is. You can see on this section there's some cross traffic. With the longer course, the 2.3, they have kind of a loop around where they go all the way to the south end of the course, loop around the grassy section where the tents are populated, and then they head back north and then to the finish line and start the loop again. So some sections where you can see other racers share a wave, a smile. And then we had Jake Jackson in the commentary yesterday, and he said for the 100-mile distance he had about 3,800 feet of gain. So it's relatively flat, but not completely. He's still getting about just shy of 4,000 feet of gain in those 100 miles. And then this section where we're following this racer, it's just the slightest of, oh, he's flying. He is feeling good. He is feeling so good. I feel like he's in his flow state. Yeah, and then a little bit of a down, you know, and slight decline. But you can see that it's an open course. You have people out there, out with their kids, enjoying this gorgeous weather. Oh, hey, Cool It, thank you. Long-haired 50-milers, Chris Andrews. So it is confirmed that that's your M1, Chris Andrews. So 25-year-old, first male, first overall, 16.5. Yeah, he's doing a 6:03 pace. Thank you. All right, just looking Chris up. So Chris Andrew, who is your first overall for the 50-miler, he just ran ultra fast 100-miler in September of last year. First overall, 12:55. Very impressive. He also ran Born to Run Ultra 20-miler in 2:27, first. Black Canyon 100K last year in 9:31. McDowell Mountain Frenzy 50-miler in 7:02. He's got a couple trophies here on Ultra Sign Up. 2022, he was first in the Ray Miller 50-miler. Also the Born to Run 50-miler, first place, where he also is holding the course record and the course record for ultra fast 100-miler. There we go. Cruising. We got a shout out from Mark Braun, cheering on Liz Braun, watching live from Norridge, Illinois. There is the Taj Mahal. Chris Andrews making his way around the grassy section where the tents are. Let's go check in on your Mount to Coast 100K. Currently it's showing M1 Alex Gilbertson 8.2, M2 David Carta 8.2, M3 Renee Avalos 5.9. You got Becca Martin at 5.9, and Charlotte Gilbert is your F2, 5.9. Great aerial shot of this. Is the south side of the course. So plenty of space if you want to tent it up, RV it. Tons of restaurants around this area, lodging. And then we have great trails here also in Vegas. Well, we're in Henderson, but Henderson has Black Mountain. There's tons of trails out on this section. I live more on the North Las Vegas near Mount Charleston. A lot of the locals will head up to Mount Charleston. We have peaks that are just shy of 12,000 feet. Most trailheads start around 7,000, so we get a lot of elevation training up here, and we'll just spend our days up there. Great opportunity. If you want to stay in the heat, though, just stay in Vegas. We'll get the triple digits. Great heat training. Do you want to switch it out?
Okay, can get squeezed through. Yep, there we go.
Do you want this one?
This is fine.
We have the hug dealer, Ben Dacko, back.
Yep. Team Care Bear is looking good.
How's Rebecca doing?
She looks good. Yeah, she's still moving well. Woohoo!
We're just seeing John Music and Jeremy DePaw. But on the screen, wow.
Yeah, that guy's been trucking every time I see him.
We discovered on the feed that it's Chris Andrews. He is your first overall for the 50 miler. Setting some course records at previous ultras he's ran last year and previous years. And then Christy Daveler, watching for my kid who is taking on the 100 miler. Okay, Christy, who is...
That's gotta be Hunter. That's my buddy Hunter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is your son Hunter? Let's look him up. He's in the 100 miler.
Yes.
Oh, there he is. Looks like Hunter is at 11.5. He is 16th overall. Go Hunter. Thanks, Ma. So you know Hunter through running?
Yes. Yeah, I met him through some other running friends, and so we've known each other for a couple of years now.
Okay. All right. Yeah, looks like he ran Sawmill Ultra, the marathon.
Yeah.
Last year.
And I think he was signed up for the 38 miler, but that day was like incredibly hot, and so I think almost everybody out there was either struggling or dropped distances.
Having a day.
So I think he ended up just dropping down to the marathon.
It was hot that day.
Yeah.
I was also hot.
I did the 19 miler, and I was struggling. And there's a lot. I mean, there was other people. I ended up giving some of my Gatorade to other people on the course because they were not prepared for how hot it was.
Oop, Chris Andrew, he's still flying. He was flying up earlier. Arms extended.
So Hunter's been, he's somewhat new to running like I am, and so he's making some huge progress.
Yeah, you'll have to point him out.
He's actually right there on your screen. He's in the green shirt. Yeah, so see the green shirt guy coming by. That's him.
People can't see my screen.
Yours is paused, yeah. So.
Well, we'll point him out with what you guys can see on the live stream.
Yeah, I paced him at Javelina in 2023. So that was his first ultramarathon. But he was doing really well, but at about mile 77, he decided to drop.
Oh.
But for his first 100 miles,
that's good. That's really good.
77 miles is damn impressive.
Yeah, the struggle only becomes oh so real, especially I feel like most extremely feel at that point from like the 70 to 80 mile mark. You know, the sunset has already happened, and you know, you're coming to the realization that it's gonna be a long night. You know, and it's just trying to keep that mental fortitude to stay strong, and you know, but you feel the day. You know, the very first 100, there's so many milestones that you're breaking, and you know, it's very impactful on how that goes.
No, he was really happy with what he accomplished, for sure.
That's awesome.
Oh, we got some more drone video going on right now.
And then Rio Kramer cheering for my dad, Logan Kramer, 100 miler. Oh, that's so nice. Logan Kramer, he loves you. That's awesome.
Oh, he's M2 right now. Good job, Logan Kramer. Yeah, so there's an overhead shot. That's kind of a little bit past where we are. It's kind of the start of the loop. They go around the basketball courts over there. There's some porta potties over there for them.
For those lovely runner's gut situations. Those are part of the fun, you know. You're talking about all your race kit, the gear, the shoes, the nutrition, and the poo. Hopefully not too much GI distress, you know, but those days do happen.
I know for me, I have to plan very carefully what I eat the day before a race.
Oh, yeah. I feel like I get up at least a couple hours earlier, I do miss out on a bit more sleep, but you know, I caffeinated, and that kind of helps like prep the gut.
Gets things moving in the body, right?
It really does. Oh, thanks, JC. Appreciate it. I'm getting a little shout out. Yeah, this is day 2 of me here on Mountain Outpost. Having fun out here. It really is. I was originally planning to run it, but it's still a little early on my return to racing. I do have big goals happening in May for Cocodona, but probably start signing up for races next month in preparation for that race. So I'm here having fun doing my part. I'm so grateful that Ben Dacco is also here with me, sharing some commentating time.
Yeah, this is fun. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah.
This is my first time on Mountain Outpost.
There you go. You know, maybe
How am I
not your
doing?
last.
How am I?
You get an A+. You do.
Nice.
You absolutely do. Yeah, this is fun. This is great. You can see people making that sharp turn into the finish line area. There's where they have also aid station where they can get plenty of food options. You obviously have the option to set up your own area where you can have your particular gels, foods, what have you, but you also have plenty of amenities. We know Air Viper Races always has a plethora of choices if you're vegan, vegetarian, what have you. That's one thing that's really nice on these like multi-day events is you'll have, and they are aware that you need more real food. Especially like at this race, but you know, previous years when I've ran at across the years, like I'm running through the day into the night, the next day, you know, they have a menu board out there and, you know, they're serving real food. Like you're having lasagna, you know, there's like just variety about their burgers, you know, on the hot days, they have smoothies.
Yeah, that's always awesome when you have like fresh, you know, warm food like during a big race like this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who wants to just eat like gels all day long?
Not
right?
so much. Not so much. My gut just does not want to do that anymore. You know, I can handle only gels for about 100K, but like the longer stuff, you have to do real food. And that was pretty much my nutrition for across the years. It was mostly real food.
Nice.
Eating oatmeal during the breakfast time from the aid station. I had in my cooler sushi. Sushi works really well because it's just, you know, seaweed, which is salty, and carbs with the rice, a little bit of protein, but not too much. That's going to upset your stomach. And you're dipping in soy sauce, which is more salt.
Yeah.
So it's a great food for that.
And good healthy fats too if you're getting some fish. Yeah.
Yeah, great options.
Yeah, I mean, gels are super convenient, but it's just like, you know, for me, once I get to like my third gel, I'm like, I start gagging. Like I can't do this anymore.
Right,
give me some
there.
real food. So I mean, when I'm doing races, I like to grab a little bit of real food at every aid station I go to.
We'll do a little recap again. If you're looking at the live tracking, there's Rebecca Thomas. There are people that started last night. There was a 6 p.m. start for the 6-hour and the 12-hour start, but we have new runners, new fresh blood out here starting this morning at 8:30. And so they've been out on course for 2 hours now. But I'm just going to read the overalls. So M1 for the 6 hours, Shelby Solomon 37, M2 Elias Malik 30, M3 Mark Orlando 27.7. I'll continue to read just because this is the starters for today. So then you have Seth Hubble, M4 13.9, Mark Edwards M5 13.9, M6 Zach Billman 13.9. And then where is... And then just shout out to your M14, Sam Longson. He's at 9.2. Your F1, Heather Williams, 30. F2, Natalie Bond, 27.7. F3, Ellen Mueller, 23.1. F4, Sue. So I know she ran last night. She was 20.8. So, and then Diane Bowman, 20.8. As far as today starts, Holly Flaff, she is at 13.9. And Hannah Alzrova, 13.5. Lacey Emerson, 11.5. Our Kendra Medeiros, she's one of our locals. I work with her. She is a ER resident. We work at UMC. I'm a trauma nurse there. We got some 12 hours. So the 12-hour time so far to beat because they started last night. So you got Caleb Stevens at 78.5, Chris Cushing 43.9, Rob Eastwood 32.3. And for people starting this morning, Ryan Knowles 13.9, Connor Nolan 11.5, Brett Henry 11.5. The females overnight 41.3, Sarah Derdinger, Karen Volin F2 27.7, F3 Jennifer Immel 27.7. And as far as starts this morning, we have Amber Potter. She is at 13.9. Wendy Drummond, 11.5, and Teresa Morawski at 11.5. So the 12-hour, whoever finishes with these today, this is going to be your finished totals. There is no more. Oh, there is an evening start. I take that back. There is a evening 12 and 6 hour.
So that's the one I did last year, so that was
the
fun.
night.
Yeah, well, no, not the night. I did the Saturday morning start.
Okay.
Yeah. But that was fun. I mean, it was my goal was just to keep moving the whole time, like no sitting down, no stopping, and so like.
Did you achieve that goal?
I did
Okay.
totally.
All right.
Yeah. I was first male last year. I mean.
Excellent. Well, yeah, be proud of that.
I
awesome.
Kind of lucked into it a little bit, I think, but yeah, I mean, I got, what was it, like 45-ish? No, sorry, 55-ish miles last year.
Okay.
So I was really proud of it.
Yeah, you should be.
I lucked
That's
out.
awesome.
Nobody like Raj Paul was doing the 100-mile USATF, so I didn't have to worry about him on the 12-hour race. But that was really fun. I changed shirts while I was still moving and stuff like that, because it was last year the weather was really nice, but it got a little bit cold when the sun went down.
Okay.
And so I had, a couple hours left at that point. And so I switched from my like sweaty, salt-covered shirt to like a long sleeve shirt for the, last couple hours. And so I did it while I was moving. I didn't even stop for that. So I think that's actually for the 12 hours, like, there's no time for you to stop. Because I know some of the people I was racing against, they took little breaks, and that's when I was able to pass them and take the lead.
Oh, see?
Yeah. So, yeah, if you're doing a 12-hour race, just keep moving as much as you can.
I feel that races are won and lost with the time lost at aid stations. If you can get in and out as quick as possible and not waste any of those extra precious moments, like just do the exchange as quick as you can, because it does add up. You have all of these aid stations, so get in and out. You can win races by not dilly-dallying. So
yeah,
you
totally.
basically did that.
Yeah, and because I think I beat the second place male by only like a mile or something like that. Right. So if I had
Ben Jacko for the win.
If I had stopped for even 15 minutes, like during the entire 12 hours, like it adds there goes my lead.
100%. Feels good to go home with the W.
Yeah. To be on the podium with the the trophy. Feels good for sure.
Somebody's asking about the weather later this evening. So we do have an evening start. We're obviously going all the way till tomorrow. There's one more 6 a.m. start tomorrow morning. But it doesn't look bad this evening. All throughout the day, actually. There's a little bit of cloud coverage, it looks like, starting a little like after 1 p.m. But temps hold in the 60s until about 7 p.m.
Yeah, it looks like the wind should stay at just a light breeze.
It's saying light. We hope that that doesn't change.
Yeah.
It was ever changing yesterday and the day before. So positive thoughts out there. And then Sunday morning looks pretty good. I think the overnights are going to hit the 40s. Lowest is just past sunrise, right at sunrise. It's 44. But it looks, here's hoping, I'm knocking on wood right now. The winds don't come back, the rain and all of that.
Yeah, I'm going to be out there with Rebecca pacing her at nighttime. So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, you're really hoping that that's not
Yeah,
a
let's
thing.
keep the weather pretty nice. I know if it gets too cold, we're going to throw on our onesies while we do loops out there.
Oh, there you go. Are they spacious enough to get a proper stride?
Oh, yeah, totally. We wore them out across the years when we did the 48-hour out there.
There you
There
go.
goes Ashley Paulson. She's still moving well on the
Rolling.
screen with pink hair. Can't miss her.
Yeah, she is in the 100-miler. And she's making her way up. So she had been in F4, F3 now at 20.8 miles. It's been about just a little over 2.5 hours since they started. But April Irwin, F1, 27.7. Andy, and April, by the way, is first overall and first male, or first overall and first female. 27.7. F2, Andy Raymer, 23.1. Ashley Paulson at 20.8. You have your male M1, Joe Accioli, 25.4. Logan Kramer, we had a shout out from your son at 20.8, and M3 Ray Sharp, 18.5. Go 100 milers. And then we've had those 48-hour runners since yesterday morning. So Heather Gothard is still holding tight to that overall and female F1. So 117.8. F2, Amy Maurer, 97 miles. F3, Regina Pierce, 97. Your M1, Paris Castaneda at 110.9. Mark Sanderson, 110.9. And David Gold, 108.5. And then let's just shout out, because we know them, Tim McKenzie. He is 11th overall. Male 6, or excuse me, male 8. He's at 92.4. Let's go with him. He's just shy of a couple more miles till 100. And then John Music, he's at 90.1. He is your M9. Yeah, John Music, he's also going to be racing Cocodona this coming May. There. Wow, the geese are going crazy. If anyone's listening, a large majority of them just flocked, like migrated north, and I don't know where they went, but it is much quieter. Somebody scared them off. There's still a couple out there, but not as many.
So there's 69 people in the 48-hour right now. It looks like 3 DNSs, but 69, that's a big group.
It's a good number.
So yeah, and a lot of them they're still moving, still going strong. That's really impressive.
Yeah, we're saying Tim McKenzie has a goal of 200 miles. I didn't have the opportunity to talk to John Music before. Yeah, as long as you're moving, it's probably perfect running weather. Sitting here is a little bit chilly, but not bad. You're seeing the Achilles support guides run past just then for a loop or two.
Nice.
I actually bought a bunch of Vegas like gambling decorations and was gonna do this whole decorations setup at the Taj Mahal, but with the wind that we've been dealing with and then the rain and all that, like, I left that at home. I was like, that's just creating more work and it's all going to get ripped to shreds. So another year, we can use all that stuff.
Looks like we have another Achilles runner coming up on the screen. You can always tell they have those the bright green fluorescent shirts.
Oh,
and the tether.
And Kendra Medeiros passing right through too. Yeah, I think that's absolutely amazing to be a guide, assisting with that, using your verbal cues and descriptors on the course. You know, you're going your runner's pace, getting to know them better. You're spending, and I'm not sure how it works completely, but, you know, I'm sure you can say like a set time that you're able and willing to
pace
out there, and then,
or to
kind of go from there. Oh, I think someone may be on the ground.
Oh no.
That's
I
on
see
the
some
south
bright green
end.
shirts. So, I wonder.
Kirsten and Becca. Becca's running the 100K.
So on the screen now, we're seeing the live shot of just after they finish their loop. This is a little section where crews are able to set up and they can get some water and gels and stuff.
Another visual of pit row.
Yeah, so far, like, the runners today are definitely lucking out on the weather.
Oh, okay. Thank you, JC. So he's clarified the Achilles uses a Google Sheet and you sign up for the time slots to guide. Thank you, JC. And then, hi, cutie car. I'm not even a runner yet. That means you are planning to be, which I love. Dealing with hip bursitis, but I dream of running ultras. And I never would have guessed how appealing a loop like this would be until watching this live stream. Love this. If you're a local, I'm not sure if you are, you're more than welcome to come out and come spectate. It's an open course, so if you want to get in some miles and just feel the vibe, you are absolutely welcome.
Totally.
You and anybody else.
Spectators are totally welcome.
Absolutely.
I was spectating yesterday. I came out and cheered for people as I saw them run by.
Yeah, there's a lot of benefits to a loop course. So, there's so many variety when it comes to ultras. You have the fixed distance, 50K, 50 mile, 100K, 100 mile. You got your 200s, you got that 300 that's pending. There's just, such variety. And then you have these fixed times, the 6, 12, 24, 48. They have the 6 days in the dome. They have, it's just up the 10-day, just so many varieties. But the short loop course, there are a lot of benefits to it. I would say not having to carry all of your gear that you would need for, say, like you're planning to do 40 miles. Well, 40 mile, you usually need a lot of food, but if you're on a short loop course, you don't have to actually carry anything,
Yeah.
If you're on the 2 mile loop, you can have like a small handheld and call it a day with that and just refill at the aid station or have your own aid station set up. which is really nice.
Yeah, that's what I did last year. Just had a handheld, and then my girlfriend Rebecca, she just swapped me out a fresh handheld filled with Powerade for me after each loop.
Right. It's really nice as far as that, like not getting weighted down. So if you're trying to have like a new PR with the distance or time, things like that, like it just kind of takes some of these extra details out as a factor.
Yeah,
you
and
know?
when I did Black Canyon last week, I had to carry so much with me. So I had the vest, and I had my headlamp for when it gets dark, and I had
Right.
a jacket just in case the weather shifts and it gets cold. So and my gels and stuff like that. And so it's I'm carrying several pounds on my back, but you don't have to do that at one of these races.
You don't. That's something.
I mean, I
that's
saw looked like Raj Paul last night. I don't think he carried anything with him the whole time. His crew would, in the crew area, would hand him a bottle every lap, and he'd, take a few sips and then hand it back to his crew and just keep going and going.
Yeah, Raj didn't skip a beat. He would kind of like voice louder ahead of time what he needed or wanted, and his crew would then grab whatever said item and then run past, and Raj wouldn't slow down, and they would do the exchange, and then he would just keep on rolling. Those, you can tell those are very efficient exchanges. I believe that the crew chief was the same crew chief he had last year, so they're familiar with each other, and it does make a difference. That we're talking just a bit ago about the aid station, like that's an aid station stop time, so being as efficient with every second does make a difference when you're trying to achieve huge goals. He was gunning for the men's record.
The national record,
Right.
held by Zach Bitter.
Right. I know Zach Bitter's average pace for that. He did it as a negative split, and I know that his average pace was a 6:48. So do the math on that, what that total would be. And Raj was gunning for that. He definitely has that capability. He's done sub 12-hour twice now on this course, but it was a lot of weather factors yesterday.
Yeah.
He was moving strong, and that hair was glistening and floating, and he won the award of first male and best hair again.
That was really blowing hard last night in that wind. Right when he was finishing, that was when the wind was picking up.
You could see, I'm sure there's plenty of videos out there posted. I did see one on Mountain Outpost or Aravaipa, and you could just see the tent that was behind him just ripping, just going back and forth. And after I got off of the live stream yesterday, right here on the pit row, right adjacent from Sierra's Mount to Coast table setup, there was a tent, and the tent was doing its darndest to flip and roll out of that area. So the woman had to kind of unstake it and just collapse the tent because it was trying to fly away. And people were kind of chasing their items multiple times as we were hanging out there, just anything that was light.
There's Holly on the screen and wearing like the
Holly
coral
Flath.
colored outfit.
Yeah.
She's going strong.
She is, so far because of the 6 hours starting last night, but she is currently first female for the 6 hour starting today. So we won't get the absolute totals until tomorrow mornings, once Sunday morning's start is done. Oh, we're getting some music vibes.
Nice.
And then shout out to Sam Longson right there.
Oh, there he is.
There is Sam. He is also in the 6 hour.
Yep, looking strong.
He ran at Across the Years. I also did some of the commentary at that event. And while I was on air, he was running the 12 hour. I believe he came in fourth. since it's like it's multiple days, he was holding podium and then got bumped by, I believe, the last day somebody beat his mileage. Fun event though. If you are interested, there's multiple starts. It's across the year, so you're ending the year. So 2024, he had a start on New Year's Eve and ran across the years into New Year's Day of January 1st, 2025.
Awesome.
Which I think is the best way to start a new year, doing something that you love, running, crushing goals.
Yeah, and I was out there the previous year with Rebecca, and it's really cool because we were out there on New Year's Eve also, and so everybody starts, lighting off fireworks, and so there's just loud fireworks just bursting all around the course, for hours on New Year's Eve.
They have they do non-alcoholic cider or something that they pop open, and they have the hats and the streamers, and so they do a fun New Year's Eve, countdown. Cheers. Previous years that I've ran at the last person standing, and then I did the 100-miler. Sam had ran the 12-hour, and he was already asleep in our pop-up tent on his cot, and our New Year's Eve kiss, he was sleeping, and I just ran by and kissed his head and kept going. Happy New Year's, I gotta go.
What's funny is my birthday is New Year's Day, so.
Oh, that's perfect.
So the previous year, so that was going from 2023 to 2024. So at midnight, same thing, celebrate, yay, Happy New Year, and then get a kiss from Rebecca, happy birthday, and
that's perfect. Yeah. You have to do that race every year because it's a celebration of your birthday. It's so good having a holiday birthday. I'm Cinco de Mayo. So, Cocodona, 250 birthday miles.
When I was a kid, my parents would, they would always say, that the fireworks on New Year's Eve were for my birthday.
Oh, thanks, Ma. Yeah. Thanks, Ma and Dad.
Yep.
The whole world is celebrating me.
I don't remember which age I was at when I was like, wait, that just doesn't seem like, there would just be this huge celebration just for my
How
birthday.
do they know me? I'm so popular. I'm the coolest kid ever. The whole world celebrates me.
Yeah. Imagine if I still thought that today, that all the fireworks were for me.
I love it. Oh, we're seeing Kirsten, Becca. There's Mike Tamburillo. Mitzi.
Yeah, we're back on that back side of the long course, the long loop. And so they actually do a little bit of a loop here and then turn around and go back out in the other direction to do that kind of horseshoe shape.
Right. Yeah,
I see Jester coming now. He brought out the poles. And so he already, at this point, he's probably at least 115 miles for the weekend, right?
Right.
He did 100 starting yesterday and finished that, and came out here this morning, and he's out there again doing another 100-miler.
Yeah, he ran that 100, and he's so far 9.2, so he's 109.2 miles in for the weekend.
And he probably didn't get much sleep.
I believe we said it was 22 hours, so it was 8.
Yes, that only leaves a couple of hours before the...
I think I need more coffees to do more mathing. Carry the one. Oh, all right. That Chris Andrews, you guys can't see, but he just came right past our tent. Looks like he's holding strong on that pace. Let's actually go check on those 50-milers. So there's only the start time today. There was no start time yesterday. So these are the totals for the 50-miler completely. So M1, Chris Andrews, 21.2. M2, James Scanlon, 18.8. M3, Kevin Kleinhans, 16.5. And then Alyssa Jones, your F1, she's 16.5. Myra Lopez, 14.1, and Lisa Vaj at 11.8. We see another of the guide. You can see they wear the bright, like high-vis Achilles shirts. And then I believe that's Alyssa Clark, or excuse me, Alyssa Jones, making her way right here by, we'll call it Tent City. Yeah, I think that's the, and then there's the finish line. So
Looks like Ronald Morgan is guiding a runner here for Achilles.
Ronald is a guide every year. He is a veteran himself, I believe. Yes.
Yep.
And yeah, he's been a guide for the Achilles for multiple years. Every year that I've been at this event, he's been a guide.
Oh, and here comes the, looks like the amazing Rebecca Thomas.
Go the amazing Rebecca Thomas.
Yeah. Nice shirt. Just like mine.
And then this person with the pink hair, they were at across the years. I did not catch their name, but rolled through the day, through the night, looked so strong. If anybody knows their name, shout it out. But amazing athlete. Just kept rolling. Never skipping a beat.
Oh my. That's right where we saw that little cluster of runners earlier. So yeah, we're seeing it's like an ambulance is pulled up, and on the outside of the course on the street, kind of on that, is that the southwest side, I believe, or the south side? So we don't know what's going on over there. If anybody knows what's going on, please let us know in the comments.
And then we just saw Darren. We'll be seeing Darren Ramdan coming through the finish line in just a bit. He always wears that cat pizza shirt. There he goes. Love Becky and Darren. They had such a fun wedding. There was a huge group of us that went up to Mount Charleston, and they said their vows at just below the summit of Mount Charleston. So I would probably say maybe
It was
7-8 miles trek with over 3,500 feet, maybe 4,000 feet a gain to get to that spot.
Yeah, and it's a really special spot for them because I think they were doing like a group run or something, and they had really, like, that was the first time that they had got to know each other. So I guess they sat down somewhere in that area and talked for a long time and really got to know each other.
It was their spot.
Their special spot, yeah.
Yeah, and there was a huge group of us that went. Like, they did so Kevin Youngblood, he is an amazing photographer for a bunch of very famous races, but he also did the photography for their event, and he had this aerial view, and I think it was over 70 people. Like, it was a significant number of people that went.
Right, yeah, and we all made a heart shape.
I never saw the photo. I hope.
No, really?
I wonder did it actually look like a heart?
It did, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there was a few people that were kind of out, not quite lined up correctly. But it totally looked like a heart.
Yeah, it's so fun. It's absolutely so fun.
Woo, Hunter!
Oh, there we go.
Hunter's
right,
still out there
Christy.
looking strong.
Christy, your son just ran past us. You're going to be seeing him in just a
Yep,
moment.
there he is. Green shirt. Passing the timing mat right now. Is that Tim McKenzie coming around the corner doing the 48-hour? Yeah, go Tim! Woo! You'll see him in the bucket hat coming up. He should be getting close to 100 miles by now.
All right. Let's do another update. Let's see. All right. So Mount Coast 100K. They actually have a whole series of 100Ks that they've been coming out at Aerovipa races. Believe that Across the Years was the very first. We have Jackpot, and you'll have to check the website for following races. But here at Jackpot, we have M1 David Carta. He's at 10.5. M2 Alex Gilbertson 10.5, and Renee Avalos at 8.2. They just started about 3 hours
off
ago.
on the mileage on those.
You know, if you click closer, yeah, I will say that's so. If you click on
even-
them, it says it's 12. So David Carta, it says 12.6. If you just look at the initial screen, you are correct.
I think it's more than 12.6 for in 3 hours. I think I wonder if there's something going on. It seems like it's thinking the calculation is maybe based on the short loop, but looks like they're doing the long loop because we don't see them coming by here.
It should just have the readings on the total map time. Well, pending, but this hopefully is something that sometimes it happens. But what we have, it does have M1 David Carta 12.6 if you click on, and then Alex Gilbertson 10.5, Renee Avalos 10.3, Becca Martin 10.3, and Charlotte Gilbert at 8. I know Trishul Churns, he's at 8 miles. He is your M8, and also this region, Mount Coast rep. I've met his wife, Karen, multiple times. Saw her this morning. I saw her yesterday. First time I met her was at Across the Years. Just solid people. Lots of fun. I haven't met Trishul yet, though, because he was actually racing the multi-day at Across the Years. Yeah, I'm going to have to get some miles in today. I'm getting all like
A little
motivated.
jealous seeing all these people running by.
Yeah, all this motivation. People
Yeah, and what a
knocking down
beautiful-
some. Yeah, they're having a good time. So this is kind of more the back end of where the grassy knoll, tent city, the Taj Mahal is set up. We're more north to this. Whew. I'm just kind of clicking on some people that I'm seeing, and she's technically sixth female. Holly Plath. She started today though, so there was a wave yesterday evening, and then there's a wave tomorrow. But she is holding a 7:05 pace, so she is already down 19.8 miles. I don't know what her race goal for mileage is, but she's a fast runner. We'll see what she can do today.
She told me what her goal was. It's a big goal.
What's her goal?
I think she had her eye on 40 miles.
Okay. Well, she could definitely.
Well, she's based on this, it says her average pace is 7:05. Are they? So she's 2.5 hours in with about 20 miles.
Yeah.
She just needs to keep that pace for another 2.5 hours.
Just looking on her. So Holly, her first ultra was in 2018, which is pretty great. We had a quick conversation about that. It's the Mississippi 50 miler, which was my first ultra back in 2014. I didn't ask why that one for her. I had some friends who told me about this race, and I was nowhere near living Mississippi, but they're like, let's just do this race together. And I was like, okay, that sounds less scary. Sure, I'll do it, and we ended up doing the entire 50 miles together. It was me, my friend Shannon Brett, and Sam Wilson. And from that point on, it was running ultras. But yeah, that was her first race in 2018. But she's moved to Vegas, it's been a year or 2 years? A couple years.
It seems like it's been at least a couple of years. Yep.
So we have some local.
I think I first met her about 2 years ago at a local group run.
Yeah, that makes sense. So she has a 2023 race posted. She did the 38 miler Sawmill, where she came in second. And then she's done the Babbitt's Backyard Race the last 2 years. And doesn't look like she's signed up yet for this next coming year, but I believe that's the game plan, is to go back again.
Yep, I think I heard her say the same thing, that she's planning on doing that a third time.
Last person standing races, they're fun. They're a totally different beast, though, because it's interesting to have the idea of, okay, I have a set time. Okay, I'm going to run for 12 hours, 24 hours, or a distance. Okay, I have 100 miles. I got to get to this 100 miles. But then when you don't know when your finish line, where or when that's going to be, it's just a completely different mindset. So
You've got some experience with those, don't you?
I've done 5.
Wow, okay.
I've done 5 last person standings. Yeah, Mike McKnight beat me last year. My watch said 142 miles, but you can't go off of your watch, because that accounts for bathroom and then the corral, and you have to go off of whatever the timing mats say. And so I did not come back on time on that very last loop, and so I got credit for 136, which was the course record, but which was beat this past year with Stephanie Rosebaugh. She was in the 100-mile USATF yesterday. She ended up calling it a little over 100K distance. Not sure what happened. She looked extremely strong yesterday, but a much different course. But yeah, no, she came in, I believe it was So she was last female at Across the Years, last person standing, and I believe third from last person. So great job, Stephanie.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Across the Years, it's a little bit different than a typical backyard format, right?
Very
'Cause
much.
You're doing one loop, like a 1.4 mile loop every 20 minutes versus doing a slightly under 4.2 mile loop every hour, right?
correct.
So your breaks are really like you have to earn your breaks, don't you?
There's zero opportunity for sleep. Yeah. The traditional, it's based off of Big's Backyard by Lazarus Lake in Tennessee, and his is 4.16 miles, and you have 1 hour. And people are like, "What? Where do you even get that number?" Well, if you divide it by 24 hours,
So 100 miles in 24 hours.
yeah. So that's how you get the math on that. But it's, so you have 4.16 miles. And so you could do whatever you want with that. But no matter what, you have to get back in the corral and start the next hour, next loop within that time frame. But the Across the Years is a bit different. So Camelback Ranch, that was the name of the previous,
That's right.
for Across the Years in 23. And for a couple years prior to that. But it originally was a 1 mile loop, and then they had some construction. And so they changed it to a 1.4 mile loop. And so 1.4 miles, 20 minutes. And so, 20 minutes to get the miles in and to deal with anything you had to deal with. If you get some food and change your socks or shoes or whatever, that's all the time that you had. And so that was much more difficult. The last person standing at Across the Years, I was third from last person. It was Tony Jazuski who came in and he won, and then Jamil Corey, he came in second, and then I was third. And I was falling asleep running, kind of like running diagonally and like going diagonally, about to fall over. I would wake up, and then we would end up back in the corral section, and we would just sit for a moment. And there's times I would look across and see Jamil, and he was passed out asleep, and but then they would give you a verbal cue that you have a minute, 30 seconds to get back in and get going again. And so you would maybe get 30 seconds of sleep and then get right back at it.
Yeah, to me, even watching those races is really exciting because you want everybody to do well, but people are just gonna kind of slowly drop, and so it's really
Right.
interesting to watch, kind of to try and guess who's gonna be the
Who's
next
next?
one to drop. 'Cause, you might see somebody who's been finishing with 3 minutes left each lap, and then on the next one it's they only have 2 minutes to spare, and then the next one is 1 minute to spare, and you're like, okay, that
Right.
person their pace has dropped off, and so they might be the next one. And it's so cool that you get to see everybody, because you're starting together each lap. You get to see everybody together, and it's really different than a point to point ultramarathon, because the person in front of you might not see the entire race.
Very
But
true.
in that format, you get to at the end of every lap and at the beginning of
You
every
see
lap,
them
you
the
get to
whole
see
time.
everybody.
You
Yeah.
do. Yeah, I do consider that format like a poker game. Are you showing your cards? Are you hiding? And so I tried to hide how much pain I was in,
Mm-hmm.
and any having distress or anything like that. Like if I had to do some major stretching, and if I knew I had the time to not immediately go back, I would get my heavy stretching in before people could see me. So my hamstrings are usually my thing that bother me, and so I'd get these major deep stretches in before I would go back in the crowd, before people had visual contact of me, and then come in always with a smile.
Yeah, it's really interesting because that if somebody sees you struggling, that might really motivate them, because they might be thinking, I just got to hold on just a little bit longer.
Right. And Mike McKnight, he showed all his cards. He the whole time he was like, I feel terrible. This is like, I'm so bored, you know, because this is not his normal. Like, he doesn't do a 1.4 mile loop. He does these like 200 mile like mountainous and, you know, da. So like when he's like telling us and like showing us like grunting and like, you know, it was just like, oh, maybe I do have a shot. You know, this is Mike McKnight. And I just tried to show that I was so strong the whole time, and I guess it worked because now we're friends. I've gone out to
Did you pace him or crew him for Cocodona or something?
I've paced him at Cocodona, Tahoe 200. Yeah, I'm good friends with him and his wife Sarah. They just came and stayed with me 2 weeks ago. So they were in Vegas, and yeah, he's also running Cocodona again. So he is coming back.
Wow.
We chatted about.
I heard Courtney Dauwalter is going to be out there.
Oh yes,
right?
It's very exciting. Yeah, I'm the women's lineup for that race is gonna be amazing. Like, obviously Courtney Dauwalter, you know, so amazing to watch. Leia Yingling, you know, we have Rachel Entrekin. She won Coco last year. She's back. Mika Thews, she's ran, I don't even know how many of these 200s. She's done the Triple Crown. I know ran, it was Tour de Jean last year, I believe, perhaps the year before, but incredibly difficult, long, hard races. But she's coming back. Yeah, there is a long lineup. And then the men's field as well. You know, you have, actually we see Amber Potter right there. Yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting. Yeah, Harry Sabertas is back. Joe McConaughey, Ryan Sands, Jesse Haynes, Versteeg, Jeff Garmeyer, Corey Waltering. So he actually used to live in Vegas for a while. Know him pretty well. Mike McKnight, Cameron Haynes.
I can't believe there's 276 people signed up for that race right now.
The wait list is ridiculous.
Yeah.
There's probably
I
like
mean,
400 or something.
Yeah, didn't it like
it's
it filled up like the day after? Like, it's like everybody
9
saw.
days.
Oh,
I
okay.
think it was 8 or 9 days. Yeah, it was
So
very quick.
Lots of people saw like all those people out there doing 250 miles, and something clicked in their head and said, I want to do that.
I feel like, so Mountain Outpost, they had amazing coverage of that course,
Yeah.
you know, and then having it just play by play, you know, watching the front pack and like just like from mid pack and the finish line. It was so fun to watch, like being there, crew pacing Mike, and then we would watch it too, trying to like just see how any intel and how everybody else is doing and where they at, and you know, it was a fun thing to track even when you're there, which was pretty cool, you know. And it motivates you to sign up yourself. Like, it worked on me.
How quickly after you watched that race did you sign up?
I was gonna sign up immediately. Yeah, I was one of them. Like, I waited just a little bit because I was still physically there. And then I was like, I'm pulling the trigger. So yeah, I originally had no plans on running a 200-mile distance. I've ran more than a dozen 100-milers, and like, I enjoy that distance and shorter ones, and you know, these fixed time races. I haven't done that many of them, but they're, you know, they've definitely grown on me in the last couple years. So, but Coco was a vibe. It was fun to be there, and I will definitely be there. So, yeah.
Do you have a goal for that race?
A goal is to finish because I've never done that distance. Yeah,
What's your distance PR? What's the
so 142.
Okay, at the backyard ultra. Okay.
Yeah, so never done that distance. So it's a lot of different details that I've just never had to factor in before, like sleeping. I've never slept during a race ever. Like even the self-supported stage race, like the Grand to Grand, you slept at night. And then the race would start at 8 o'clock in the morning for the next day, so it was like scheduled sleeps that you basically got. But so I'm working with that. I have, Mike McKnight and Ben Light, they're good buddies. And I've chatted with both of them with kind of like their experience. And they've given me some really good ideas on how I'm going to accomplish this. So,
nice.
Just doing the prep and the training and buying the gears and getting all that stuff done right now. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. There's quite a bit of course changes. Like Eldon, we still go up Eldon, but not the ways that they have been doing it in the past. We now come from the backside, which is like a dirt trail, and then we go down what they in the past have gone up. So very steep, bouldery, rocky. We'll see how the knees want to play going down that steep descent. So
yeah, but the vert on that was just ridiculous, right? Over 250 miles was a 40,000 feet of vertical gain, and that's a net gain too, right? Because you start off a little bit lower towards near Phoenix, and kind of climb up towards Flagstaff, right?
Yeah, I believe there's about 10 to 12,000 feet of gain in that first quarter, or 30 something miles or so. So there's mandatory water carrying capacity, a minimum of 4 liters. They say minimum, but they actually do recommend for you to carry more. So I'll probably carry at least 5 liters. So a lot of my training I've been doing right now, I have a 10-pound weighted vest. So, yeah. Back on the weighted vest.
Oh my gosh, running with 10 pounds just the water.
I do my short, like on my work days, because I work 12-hour shifts. I'm a nurse. So on my short run days, I go on the treadmill because that's all I have time for, and I'll put on the vest and I'll just go on about 10% incline and start off with a warm-up fast power hike, because it's going to be a lot of power hiking on this course, and then I get some running in with that vest on. I'm going to hate that vest by the end of
I bet.
by the beginning of May, but I'm going to be so grateful I did all of that. There's Rebecca Martin we see on the course.
Do you have like a sleep plan? How much sleep you're gonna plan for each night?
Oh boy. Mike and Ben think I should skip Monday. So we'll play out and see how I feel Monday night, but I just may skip Monday. So I'm just going to go through, it starts Monday morning on my birthday, May 5th, and then go through the night Tuesday morning, and then absolutely, I will get some sleep on Tuesday night. They kind of go back and forth on like the best decision, and it kind of will go with how I feel with that on how many REM cycles. So 1 REM cycle 45 minutes or 2 REM cycles 90 minutes. I vote for 90 minutes, but it kind of depends on how I'm feeling in its entirety, like how much sleep do I actually really need at that point. If I lay down and I feel like I can't sleep, then then we're just going to keep going past, but I feel like that's not going to be a problem. So and then just kind of depending on where I am by Wednesday evening, we'll decide if I sleep when and where on Wednesday. So Lots of planning still happening.
Nice.
But back on the course right here. So this is
right in front of where we are.
Right
in
where
front of
we
the
are.
booth.
So that sharp turn, our tent is right at that point.
Yeah, when we look over, we can see that kind of the corner where that cone is, and not a whole lot other than that. So we see almost, if we're looking, we can see just about everybody that's doing the long loop. We can see them coming around that corner. I think it looks like there's still a couple people on the short loop for that USATF championship. Every now and then I see somebody go by.
Let's do a little recap again. So Mountain Coast 100K, M1, David Carta, 12.9. Let me click on him to confirm, 12.9. M2, Alex Gilbertson, 10.5. M3, Christopher Glockstein, 10.5. F1, Becca Martin, we just saw her not too long ago. She is at 10.5, and Charlotte Gilbert at 8. You have the...
Hey!
The 48.
There goes Hunter and Rebecca Thomas.
Yes, all
Hunter
right.
Dabbler and Rebecca Thomas. Oh, we're going to see them go by the timing mat at the end of the loop.
There's Rebecca Thomas.
And Hunter Dabbler.
Go team. They're looking happy. They're looking good.
They're keeping each other company for the entire 100 miles now, and for a little bit of the 100 miles. I'm going to go out with Rebecca later tonight. So after sunset, when we're allowed to go out and pace her runners.
Does she have any plans on other pacers?
I mean, she has a lot of friends because, it's a local race for us. So she has had a lot of friends reach out and say that they're going to come out and support her for sure.
Awesome.
But
Yeah.
I think I'm crew chief and
Yeah.
number one pacer for her. So.
That's the obligation usually when both people in the relationship are runners.
Yeah.
Sam is always my crew chief, top pacer, and vice versa. Yeah, we'll be, actually I'll have to be getting off of here pretty soon to be out to support him. 48-hour F1 and overall, Heather Gothard, she is holding strong at, so now 119.1. F2, Amy Maurer, 101.6. Oh, the geese are back. They are letting us know they are back. F3, Regina Pierce at 98.3. Your 48-hour M1, Paris Castaneda, he's at 115.5. Mark Sanderson, 114.5. And David Gold, 110.9. And let's do the 100-miler. So F1, April Irwin, 33.6, excuse me. F2, Cheryl Lambert is 27.7. F3, Ashley Paulson, 26.7. Your M1, Joe Accioli, he is at 27.7. M2, Ray Sharp, 25.4. Willow Dold, M3, he's at 23.1. Your 50-miler, we saw him a little while ago. He has the long hair, white shirt. Chris Andrews, 28.2. He's holding strong still with a 6:19 pace. M2.
Very impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see what his total time is today. James Scanlon, Your M2, 25.9. M3, Kevin Hens, 22.5. Alyssa Jones, F1, 21.2. Myra Lopez, 18.8. And Lisa Vaj, 15.4. Your 12-hour, still holding strong. So yesterday, last night's start, Caleb Stevens is 78.5. For the starters of today, we have Ryan Knowles. He's at 20.8. Connor Nolan, 16.2. Brett Henry, 16.2. And then females for today. People who started last night, Sarah Derdinger, she finished with 41.6. And then this morning's starters so far have 23.1, Laura Sang, Amber Throop, or Potter, she's 20.8. And Wendy Drummond, 18.5. Your top 6 hour from overnight was M1 Shelly Solomon at 37 miles, Elias Malik, 30 miles, and Mark Orlando at 27.7. Your females, Heather Williams at 30, Natalie Bond at 27.7, and Ellen Mueller at 23. But for today, this morning start, we have Holly. She's been wearing that, was it hot pink? Red?
Yeah, like a coral color shirt, I think.
She is already 20.8 miles in. She's holding a 7:42 pace.
Yeah, so far she's on track to get that 40-mile goal that she was aiming for.
Yeah, she'll go past that. She holds that.
Mm-hmm.
Ellen Mueller, 23.1. Sue actually started last night. I actually did talk to Sue last night, and she said that she just had the game plan of running 20 miles, and she got that.
Yeah, mission accomplished.
20.8.
Yeah, it looks like she tapped out at about 4 hours. She had 20.8 miles.
She's
yeah,
like,
so
I'm
good
good.
job, Sue. We didn't see Nick. Where's? I haven't seen him. Was he not out here?
Yeah, he was not there last night. I'm not sure. Nick Robertson. He was here, last year. And we got the 24-hour. M1, Eder Ramirez, 20.8. M2, Fernando Estrada, 20.8. M3, Hayden Burge at 18.5. F1, Jade Downs, 20.8. Joanna Newberg, 18.5. And Julie Schmall at 18.5.
Okay, so for the 24-hour, was there only one wave that started today? Did they not have a wave that started yesterday? Because it looks like when I'm looking here, it looks like almost all of the people on here, they're only about 3.5 hours into the race.
There was only one start.
Okay.
Yes. So no 24-hour yesterday. It was just this morning at 8 a.m. Yeah. And then
That's
they
interesting,
have
'cause the other fixed time distances could choose from multiple starts.
the 6 and the 12-hour.
Yeah.
You had multiple options. But yeah, the Sunday is the shortest day. You know, they'll be wrapping it up by 2 p.m. because they have an 8 a.m. start. And then Ragnar's Axe. What's Cobra Ducks?
You guys need to take off if you can. Like, you have to stay. I'm just in search of somebody, so.
Okay. All right. All right, everybody.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, we've had an amazing time. Again, this is Ben Dacko. I am Maya Detmer. We've been live at Cornerstone Park in Henderson, Nevada for Jackpot Ultras. Multiple events. If you are local, come on down. We'll be here all day. We're just going to be taking a short break commentating, but stay tuned. The live feed will continue. And happy running.
Yeah. Adios.
Ultras. I am going to be your host for the afternoon. Zach Marion here, your producer, your director, your videographer, your everything. But today, we get to have some chats. Michael Costa asking about Mr. Ed Rousseau. Let me give you some updates on that. You can always pop onto our timing and check that out. I'm going to go and look up the back end of things because, I can. Beautiful views here of the course. Here we go. Mr. Ed Rousseau, unfortunately, we have an update that he has called it a day 27 hours into his race, 63 laps in, 120 kilometers down. He has called it a day. So of our octogenarians, we have David Blaylock is our sole octogenarian out on the course. If he can continue going, he's at 67 laps, 127 kilometers, which means he has less than 20 laps to go. He's at 18 laps left, which we will cheer him on as far as we can. No, I lied. He's not our only octogenarian. We also have Todd Lee out there, or Lay. 28 hours elapsed, 58 laps in. He's going to continue doing his thing. So those are our two octogenarians there. Of our females on the course, all of them are in. Jill Hudson, Leanne Rive, Jess Mullen, Erin Carrera, Sierra DeGroff, and our winner, Jan Springer. Those are our ladies for the USATF race. We are talking strictly USATF 100-mile championships. Outside of that, let's keep an eye on what's going on. I know we've got a number of athletes out there. Heather Goddard is still crushing it in the 48 hours. She is our leader, 52 laps in, knowing that they've got quite the day ahead of them. So the section, of course, that you can see now, obviously we've got our spectators on the course because this is an open course. So this is not closed to just the race. Anyone can be out here at Cornerstone Park. So you'll see plenty of our fans, our spectators, those who just want to come enjoy the park. But you're going to notice that runners are going in both directions. This is because we are combining long course, short course, and the way that the long course is set up. You roll in through Tent City, roll back out along this section of the course, and then you do a little lollipop, essentially, around the start or finish line. So that's where you're going to see runners going in both directions. This is a little out and back that they will get. Also, just, beautiful views on the day. Thank you for continuing to join us here. We are going to get some interviews going. I'm going to go try to find... I heard that we've got an opportunity to interview Mr. Dakota Jones, who was out yesterday trying to set the USATF 100-mile U.S. record. Unsuccessful in that attempt, unsuccessful in the day. We can chat with him a little bit later. He's promised to come on and talk about his organization footprints along with just kind of how his day went. So we will let you guys know, so stay tuned. That will happen in the next little while. Seems like our numbers went down since I hopped on. I don't know if people dislike my voice or what, but we lost a dozen of you. All right. Hopefully they're out enjoying their long runs. There's Ashley Paulson just past there. Cannot mistake that bright pink hair you know exactly who she is. Again, this Cornerstone Park is just such a great little secluded park here in Henderson, Nevada. They've worked so well. We do want to thank the city of Henderson for working so well with us and for, allowing us access to this park and to kind of essentially take it over for the weekend. We are not just following the 100K race. We are following all races. This is essentially just a Jackpot Appreciation Day. So many incredible athletes out here doing their thing. Got crew row here. It's where all the magic is happening, all the action's at. Family and friends coming out, supporting their loved ones. Taking on these big days, big hours, big miles. Look at this park. Look at these views. This is what you could be doing on this fine Sunday afternoon. We've got great weather out here. Slight cool breeze in the air, but that sun is warm. The day is bright. The clouds are clear. Can't ask for much better than this. Huge shout out to our drone pilot, Mike McTeer. Doing the Lord's work out there. Bringing the views. Keeping the action alive. We got live music. We had Elvis earlier. We had a few showgirls. It was fantastic. It is exactly what Las Vegas is about. You can see the Achilles runners, the guides out there. It's so awesome to see so many runners of various capacities, abilities out here. I believe there's 3 or 4 of the Achilles team out here enjoying some miles with their guides. There's another one right there in front of us. See if we can't bring you some updates on the 50 miler. Chris Andrews, 50K in, followed very closely by James Scanlon, who is just a lap behind Chris at this point. We got the 25-year-old versus the 55-year-old. I love it. Love to see it. Alyssa Jones, Myra Lopez, and Lisa Vague. Those are our top 3 ladies in the 50 miler. And in the Mount to Coast 100K, we have David Carta, Rebecca Martin, Christopher Glockstein. Those are going to be our top 3 at this point. How are you all doing this fine Saturday afternoon? Other than enjoying some Some miles and fun here at the Jackpot Ultras. Shout out to Nathan Budziak, who is cheering on Zach Springer in the 24-hour race, number 2426. We can let you know exactly where they are at right now. 24-hour. Zach Springer is sitting in 5th place overall, 4th male. Number of laps in, looking good. Got views of the course back here. Again, this is the back section of the long course as they make their way back on over to the start line / finish line. Get good views of the lake back there. Heck yeah, we'd love to see it. Oh yeah, some shout out to the camera there. That's right.
until now my enemies always tell you what to do. Can't keep up with all the bullshit they're throwing your way. Always looking for the easy way. Now they're walking over you. Yeah. Never felt so damn frustrated. You're just wasting my time. shape our future. We came to feel the new.
Full stop. Can't believe I live in your thoughts. I think about you all the time, morning, evening, and midnight. Such a wonderful delight. Forgo, give up everything that I own. Yeah, I'd give it all up now just to be with you somehow. Unexpected love was found. You're the rose in a garden, and it shows if I'm honest. You're the leaves in mid-August, and I've come out here to say
And we are back. Thank you for joining me. I'm Zach Marion, your host for the rest of the afternoon here in the Jackpot Ultras. Captain Blunderbuss is asking if the mileage is correct on the 100K tracker. It is not. We have it live here, but we have not been able to transmit it onto our live track, and we are working on that right now. We apologize. But that is where we are at the moment. These runners have gone far beyond the 4-hour mark. We just do not have... we're working on that. Working on it. We have had one DNS, one DNF we do know of, Charlotte Gilbert, bib number 310. She had a little bit of a fall, and she has called it a day. She was our eldest in the 73 years old going for that 100K finish. We have a special guest coming on later this afternoon. We've got Dakota Jones will be joining us around 2 o'clock to talk about Footprint and also his race yesterday. Kind of give us a little bit of an insight onto what it takes to chase a 100-mile U.S. record and kind of his experiences on the day. So join us at 2 o'clock Las Vegas time, which I believe is Pacific time. So join us then. That's just 45 minutes away, and we will have Mr. Dakota Jones giving us a little insight onto what his day looked like. Until then, we will just be capturing all the fun here in Henderson, Nevada, just right outside of Las Vegas. Here at the Jackpot Ultras, we are at Cornerstone Park, enjoying a beautiful day with clear, sunny skies, a light, cool breeze in the air, and we're sitting at, some pretty decent temperatures right now, to be honest. It's not too hot, not too cold, feels great. I mean, if I were running right now, this is exactly what I want to run in. Probably a little warmer for most people. I think yesterday had the best temperatures in terms of ambient temperature, but man, that wind was pretty nasty. So we're at 62-ish degrees, sunny. Sun feels pretty good here. We're jamming. We got live music. We got great views. We got good friends. And we got you joining us here. Captain Blunderbuss, Big Z. I'm assuming you're talking about me. I don't know about Big Z. I'm just a small fish here in a very large pond, but appreciate the call out. Spoke a little too soon. You're gonna hear a little rustling. We got some more breeze kicking in. Great views of the course out here. This is just right next to the finish line as the course makes a hard turn to your right up to the finish line. So we get to see all of our long course runners as they make that final turn up to the finish line to set themselves up for another lap of pure fun here in Las Vegas, Nevada. As always, we appreciate you all so much for joining us here at Mountain Outpost, trying to, do some new fun things, bring in some live coverage of some great races. We had the USATF 100-mile championship yesterday, in which we had a couple men go for the record. We had a couple women out there throwing down pretty well also. This is all brought to you by Mount to Coast, who we greatly appreciate supporting this race and this broadcast. If you have not tried a pair of Mount to Coast shoes yourself, I can promise you they work well. In fact, just ask Jamil Corey, who logged a couple 100 miles last month on them in doing his Chipotle Strava segment challenge. He said that was his go-to shoe, his favorite. And after trying him yesterday, I can completely understand why. Again, join us in 40 minutes where we will be interviewing Mr. Dakota Jones. It'll be great to hear about his day and see get his insights on what training was like, how his day went. Obviously, we know that he pulled the ripcord and took the safety chute home that day, yesterday. So let's figure out exactly why, what happened, and to also talk about Footprints, his awesome nonprofit he's going over there. Let him explain to all of you guys. Until then, let's keep an eye on things. Keep enjoying the views. Thank you for coming back and joining us here in Henderson, Nevada. I'm Zach Marion, joined here with a man who needs no introduction, Dakota Jones.
Hey everybody, thanks for having me. Thanks for watching.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good, you know?
All things considered?
Yeah, you know, I've had better races than yesterday, but I really can't complain. It was such a beautiful day, such a great course, and great event, everything.
So for all the viewers at home, if you aren't aware, Dakota attempted the 100-mile USATF championship yesterday and went for that record, which we will get to that and we will talk about that because I know everyone here wants to know kind of how your day played out and what it takes to train for those kind of things, kind of how it changed for you given your mountain background to this.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about all those things, but first and foremost, you're here for other reasons as well that we kind of want to hear about with Footprints.
Yeah, exactly. So I made a big deal out of attempting this American record online. I did all kinds of podcasts and stuff, and I was like, I'm going for the American record. Look at me. And the point of that, it like made me a little uncomfortable. Normally I try to be a little more under the radar, but the point is to try to raise money about my nonprofit organization, Footprints. And the point of Footprints is to help people create community-based solutions to climate change. So we have a 1 week running camp in Vermont each fall, and everybody who comes to the camp has like a personal project, the way that they want to address climate change where they live. And we have all these experts that help develop these projects. And the projects are anything from like cleaning up water quality in a nearby lake or reducing plastic pollution in your community. But it's also often about supporting the communities most impacted by climate change. So there's a really strong adaptation component as well as mitigation to climate change. And it really just comes together as this like people-focused approach to climate change.
Yeah, I love that. That kind of gives us like local vibe to a more global solution, right? Like we can all do something locally to help the global.
Yes, that's really what it is, because climate change is a global issue and it scares a lot of us and it feels so big that it's overwhelming. And often we hear about these solutions that are like, you know what, we need to change the whole country and the way we do this thing or the whole world. And those are true, but we also, you know, we're not all senators or the leaders of corporations. What we are is like individuals, and we have to find a way to make an impact that's bigger than our individual daily actions, while also like keeping the scope within something reasonable so that people can feel like and not only feel but like see that their actions make a difference. And you can do that at the community level.
Right. I mean, it kind of talks like almost like politics. It all starts at the community level, right? Like that's what kind of blossoms into something bigger. And I love that you're fostering that and through Footprints. And it sounds like you have a couple athletes here as well.
Yeah, exactly. So my run was only part of this. I was supposed to go out and do this American record, or at least attempt it, which I technically did attempt it. But that was part of it. But, you know, right now as we speak, we have two different groups of Footprints runners, campers and mentors from past camps who are out there right now in the 12-hour race doing a relay. And so the fundraiser is still going on. Everybody can donate, you know, like per hour, per mile, whatever you choose. But it's just a really cool way to try to help this fundraiser represent like a microcosm of Footprints as a whole. You know, it's not just one person doing a big thing. It's about all of us doing something together.
Right. I love that. It kind of, again, Footprints, like, right? Like, I think that it's absolutely a really fun, worthwhile thing. Where can people go if they want to donate?
Yeah,
they want to be a part of it.
I think the best way to do it is to go to our Instagram page. We have all the details up there if you follow Instagram. So Run Footprints is our Instagram handle. Also our website, runfootprints.org, has all the details, lots of cool little graphics to go into more detail about like what the projects are, who's impacted, who are these people that are coming to camp, like, and especially like how can you get involved. If you want to come to a camp, we want you to, and like you can learn more about it on the website.
Yeah, no, that's what I was going to say. So how many camps have you done so far?
We've done 4 camps. The first 2 were in Colorado, in San Juan's where I'm from, but we've now moved out to actual Vermont. We partnered with the Craftsbury Outdoor Center, a great sustainable training center out there, and it's just amazing.
Yeah, that's pretty rad. That's super awesome. When are these camps held?
They're once a year in October.
In October,
yeah.
Okay.
So we bring out about 10 people each year, 10 different projects that we work on. And, you know, it's everybody who's a part of this, like myself especially, it's like nobody does this full time. Nobody gets like really paid for this, you know. It's like work that we do on the side. And so what we do is we do 1 camp a year, work with 10 new projects, and like as we grow, we're working on doing a much better job of supporting the projects after camp.
I
Because
love
1
that.
week is not enough. You know, it's like we want to maintain the supports as well as like the community that we build at camp. We want to maintain that over the next year, because implementing a climate action project is hard work emotionally as well as like logistically.
Right,
And
right.
So we really want to support each other over the long term.
So help me understand here. You do this once a year. You pick these 10 projects.
Yeah.
Right. Are these projects submitted to you, and you guys kind of review them and see?
Yeah, exactly. So on the website, we have an application form, which first focuses on who the people are. And that's really the most important, because we can help anybody like develop some meaningful ways to address climate change. But we really need to make sure that people are like there for the reasons like they want to be there to make the most of their abilities to make a change, make positive change for their communities. And so the application is all about like, why do you care about your community? Why do you care about these issues? And what's your connection to it? Because once we really dive into like your personal reasons, that's how we can find ways to create a project that's going to keep you invested for the long term.
Yeah.
And we just really want to support people, the leaders first as people, and then the projects secondary, because that's really how I think that's what we all need. We feel so like fragmented and separated from each other so often, and we really want to help people feel like the best version of themselves, and that's the way that we're going to help people then help other people be
Yeah.
the best version of themselves.
Absolutely love it. It's kind of like the ripple effect, right?
Yeah.
Like that's kind of where you're going for. I love that. So my question is, what is your favorite or most interesting project that's been pitched your way that you're like, I didn't think of that. That's pretty rad.
We've had so many cool projects. One that I always kind of come back to is a project from the first year is a girl was working on, her name's Abby Sullivan. She's working on addressing these harmful algae blooms, which is like basically in the nearby lake where she's from in upstate New York. The harmful algae blooms were like sucking all the oxygen out of the upper layers of the water and killing all the fish and making a toxic environment. And it's related to climate change. It's also related to fertilizer use. And she had studied this scientifically, like as she's an engineer, but she didn't know how to like create change. And so through their project, and especially working with her mentor after the camp, they came up with a race called the Canandaigua Mile, which happens every year now. And it's like a 1 mile race down Main Street, a big party with all the businesses involved, and then a cleanup, and they donate money to a local organization, a nonprofit working on the issue. And it's been a really cool way to turn like a scientific problem into an economic problem, because now the city is seeing that like this event, and especially like keeping the lake clean, is bringing a lot of money and people to the area, and it's benefiting everybody. And so as this continues, I really hope to see more projects like this that really involve the community as a whole.
Right, you got to make it beneficial for everyone, right? And kind of like speak to everybody's needs and wants, and that's awesome. I love that.
Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about your day yesterday.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
I want to know, curious, like personally, having followed your career for many years, I want to know what it was like, and what made you want to go for this specific goal when you could have picked any race. You could say, I'm going to go for this. I'm going to try to go for this course record or whatever, but you chose a 100-mile American record here on the roads in Jackpot to go for. Why is that? Why did you pick this race?
You know, I love Aravaipa races as a whole, and so I knew that like if I came out to this race, it would be really well organized, and also as the USATF championship, I know that it's not a coincidence that an Aravaipa race is that championship, because Aravaipa is really focused on just high quality competition. And that's something, I mean, it sounds like an advertisement, but I've known Jamil for a really long time, and I just really admire and appreciate what you guys do. And this race has just intrigued me. Like, ever since I ran Aravaipa in 2022, ever since I ran Javelina in 2022, I was like, maybe it'd be cool to like really remove all the obstacles and see how fast I could run 100 miles. And so this is a great opportunity to do that, and especially this race because I wanted to make it into this fundraiser that's not just about me. Like another option I had was the Desert Solstice Invitational, another Aravaipa race in Phoenix, just around the track in Phoenix. But that's an invitational, so it really would be just me doing the thing.
Right.
Whereas at this race, I do my thing, and now today we got our Footprints people out doing their thing. So they support me, I support them, and it really comes to represent the Footprints ethic as a whole.
Right, very community-based, right?
Community,
like it's all about everybody, not just one person. No, I love that.
Exactly. And a race like this, especially, I mean, races as a whole, but like this race in particular just seems to like represent the kind of community that makes people better. Everybody comes out here and tries something hard, and whether you're first or last fast, even if you drop out, like you're still a part of something that like is meaningful. And I think it lifts all of us up as a whole in ways that you can't really put a number on, or sometimes not even a word to. But it makes you feel better. It makes you feel connected and a part of something.
Right. I think connected is the best word for that. And that's something that we hear a lot here at Jackpot. A lot of the runners are like, oh, I love this because we're doing loops, right? Which to a lot of runners is like, that sounds like death. That sounds
I
terrible.
got a lot of people like, why?
Exactly. But once you do it and you see that you're constantly being cheered on by the same group of people throughout the entire day, you've got this great little community, and you guys are cheering on all these runners that you guys have seen out there on Crew Row.
Yeah, you get to know people in a really cool way.
It's such a unique vibe. Like it's different than anything that, and I say we graciously, like we do in the trail side of things, where it's like we're out there and it's like it's meant to be lonely, kind of, right? Like we want to get away from everything and check out these beautiful views and be one with nature, kind of thing.
That is part of it sometimes. Yeah.
But here it's like I want to be one with the community. I want to like run past all these octogenarians who are going for their 100 miles. Like some amazing things happening out here. But I want to get into like training a little bit, because this is not your typical type of training.
Right.
How did you train for this compared to what you normally do?
It was fun. Normally my training is really focused on like hours and vert.
Yes.
And this training was focused on distance and time.
So it was a little change up.
And pace especially. Sorry, time and hours, the same thing. Distance and pace, that's what I was focusing on this time, which was really cool. It's, again, I guess, like you said, the trail focus is often about like the experience and being out in nature. And I love that for sure. I'm a hippie.
Right.
But, I also love going to the track and working hard. I did a lot of mile repeats. I got into a series of, I do like 5K repeats, and then I did like 10K repeats. So it's like a few times I did 3x5K, a few times I did 2x10K. In between, I'm doing a bunch of long runs, definitely focusing in on like road runs, especially to try to practice that pavement and like get accustomed to that impact. One thing that was interesting was that I'm doing this in the winter in Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City is a city I moved to about 2 years ago. I can't really say I know it super well.
Right.
And in the summer, most of the year, I'm out in the mountains training, and the mountains are amazing in Salt Lake. But like this winter, I spent so much time running around the actual city. I'd run downtown. I ran to the west of the interstate, which is like, I don't know anybody who runs over there really.
No,
and like,
no one runs over there.
I ran up and down Emigration Canyon, like all these different spots that I almost never would run, or I would maybe bike through. It was really fun to go there on foot, and so like I was training, but also kind of getting to know the place I live a little better.
Right. It's like, to me, there's nothing better than getting to know it. Like you get to know a place really intimately, running through the town and just kind of like feeling the vibe. And I think Jamil spoke to it when he did his Chipotle challenge, where he's like Mill Avenue became like my home. Like I knew what was going to happen at what time every day, like who was going to be getting off the bus, at this bus stop. Like it's pretty interesting. I love that connection to your, local municipalities and whatnot. Did you get a lot of Jordan Parkway miles in?
I did, honestly, less than you'd think.
Wow.
I spent a lot of time at Liberty Park, for sure.
Laps, that makes
but
sense.
Jordan Parkway is like, the river running through the bottom of the valley, and I did go over there a little bit.
That's one of my favorite
It's a
20-mile
great
runs.
trail, yeah.
Like, it's a great 10 miles out, 10 miles back.
Totally.
I love it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's where I spent a lot of my miles when I lived in Salt Lake, because I didn't live too far away.
Flat runs, yeah.
So it was a change up in training. How do you think this is going to affect your training for other races going forward?
I think
you feel like there's like a solid base to move forward with?
Yeah, I don't think I could have set myself up better for the season, really. Because this is like, it's a long distance race. I was training, over, not much over, but a little over 100 miles a week,
Right.
Lots of intensity. So like doing that, especially that high end intensity, that speed, that definitely helps trail runners. Like we often are just like so focused on like the experience of running in the mountains that we forget to like do the hard work. That's not as much fun. That definitely makes you better. Strength training is another example. I still don't do enough of that, but it always makes me better.
Right.
And like track workouts, I definitely think that makes us faster, more efficient. So I like it. I'd like to continue to implement a little bit of that.
Yeah.
As I go now into the rest of the season, I'll be doing mountain stuff, so my intensity will be more like hill repeats or something.
Right.
Yeah, but
you make it specific to kind of what your goal is, but it's still like, at the end of the day, fitness is fitness is fitness.
Yeah.
Like, no matter how you get, I think Casey Lichtig's been a great example of that, living in,
Omaha,
where there's
like these
no mountains, and she crushes all these mountain races, right? Like Bear 100, Western States, obviously.
Yeah.
I think that goes to show that like maybe sometimes we get too focused on the mountain being the
Yeah.
goal versus like fitness being the goal. You can get fit a lot. There's a lot of ways to peel the apple, right?
Right.
Yeah, no, I love it. So what is next for you? What do we got going on next?
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess we should probably explain. Like, I didn't actually do very well yesterday.
Yeah, let's get into that a little bit. We kind of like
I just, yeah. So I actually dropped out. I made it to 50
What?
miles
I didn't-
before I dropped out. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is really frustrating, you know. And I made a big deal out of this race, going for the record. I think it's like something that it was not unreasonable for me to try, although it was always ambitious.
Right.
But man, I shut down. Like my belly just locked up in a way that I've never experienced before, and I'm still trying to figure out why. I think it had a lot to do with, of course, nutrition. And I can't tell if it was maybe the type of nutrition I had or potentially just like the intensity combined with like eating a lot.
Right.
I thought I trained for that, but I potentially didn't practice enough. But yeah, by about 35 miles, yeah, that's where it really hit me. It was just like I realized that I was really struggling and I was losing energy, but I couldn't eat. And it's like eventually coalesced. I was like, oh yeah, my belly's not moving. I'm not digesting any food. And it eventually got to this point where like running caused these crazy cramps in my belly.
Right.
In a way that I've never had before. And I was like, okay, you know, eventually I was like, yes, my race is over, but I can still finish this thing. I just got to like walk for a while and let it like get through, get my belly moving again. But I walked for over 4 hours. I got to 50 miles and it was like still cramping up even when I stood up basically.
Yeah.
And so you could come up with all kinds of reasons why I should have kept going. And I haven't dropped out of a race in a really long time. It was really tough. But 50 more miles like that didn't really make sense because I just was in a lot of pain. And now I think I'm fine. Everything's okay. And I can get back to it soon. So
Yeah, no, I think that there's obviously there's a lot of respect to understanding and knowing that it's bigger than just you and in the moment. And sometimes we can get really stubborn and be like, no, I started this goal. I'm going to finish this goal. When in reality, like at the end of the day, we're here to like continue improving in the process. And it's not just about one point on the scatter graph. It's about all of them combined. And if you're trending upwards, you know, it's not the one day. And you calling it for the day, understanding like what's healthy, what's not healthy. Is a great example for people not to be too stubborn and push through it and potentially harm themselves.
yeah, I could have done that.
And also it sets you up for more success in the future and to be able to, you know, you got to know when to hold them, you got to know when to fold them. I think that's a very appropriate.
That means a lot. Thanks.
It's very appropriate here at Jackpot.
Vegas. Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, no, it's, you know, it's always fun. We know that you tend to bounce back very well. You tend to have, you know, not support of the community in a lot of ways. I don't think anyone specifically is looking down on you for attempting this and not reaching it. You know, it takes a lot to get these kind of goals. Like when you go after any kind of record, you've got to be a little ambitious with it.
Totally.
Right?
And it was especially fun yesterday running with Raj. Like Raj is someone I really look up to.
Man.
Like as a person as well as an athlete. And his run was just really exceptional. And to see him continue, like we worked together really well for the whole time I was racing.
Yeah.
And then after I blew up, he was still passing me and I was cheering him on. He was running so well. And then I came back just before his finish. I got to see him finish and just like seeing that kind of grit and fortitude when he was hurting. He'd been by himself most of the day, and just to see him break his own record was really, really impressive.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. I do want to, on that note, I kind of want to talk a little bit about how did actually experiencing this, because we hear about it. We hear about like Zach Bitter's race times and what he put down for the American record, and Janos Koris, his world record.
Yeah.
Like, how did this change the perspective of that? I think we all had respect for it, but now having attempted it, has that changed?
I mean, I honestly don't feel like I did enough to really know what it takes. Like, I was on pace for American record, not world record. And you know how when you have a bad day, just everything feels kind of impossible, you know? Like,
yes.
Honestly,
absolutely.
like in addition to my belly, my IT band's really messed up, which is funny because I didn't have an IT band issue at all in training. I had a hamstring thing. I don't know. Maybe that one caused the other. But yeah, I like when I was out there running, especially when I was really starting to struggle, you know, it's 100 miles. That's a long way, right? And I was like starting to struggle, and it's like, boy, I'm at just barely 30 miles. Like,
Got a lot of race left.
Whew, there's a long way in front of you, you know, and so that perspective just gives me this sense of like awe in what Zach Bitter and Giannis and Alexander Sorokin have done. But you know, there's always that part of me that's like, yeah, I want to try again.
I can come back and do it.
Yeah,
I can come back and do it.
It might be nice to try it on like a dirt path instead of pavement, you know?
Right.
Also, it was like crazy windy yesterday. I don't know how Raj ran as fast as he did with that wind. And
Yeah,
like
30
this
mile an
course
hour
is not
gusts.
flat. Like mountain race would be flat, but like it adds up. He did almost 3,000 feet over 100 miles.
Which I mean, you got to consider that takes a considerable amount of energy to go up and down 3,000 feet.
Totally.
Following him last night on the follow cam, I was noticing at the downhills he was like grunting the most. He was just like, you could just tell it was uncomfortable
Because
for
he
him.
had to stride out more, and he's probably so stiff. You know?
Exactly. He was just like, oh, like every time we hit the downhill, you could just tell he was really, really not comfortable with it.
Okay.
So even though you think like, oh, well, the uphill, then you get some downhill, it's got to be nice. Now it all hurts at
Yeah.
that point, right?
Yeah, after 80
I mean,
miles.
maybe 6 days at the Dome, maybe go there and just do a track.
Yeah, it's
There's a possibility.
a lot more turning. Softer surface, though.
Right. The desert solstice next year, maybe. I mean, we've got options. We got options for you. You know, think about it. But no, thank you for joining us and letting us know a little bit about your day, how it went, your perspective on it. And honestly, like, I didn't know enough about Footprints. It's something that I've always like followed you and heard and kind of lightly understood, but it's amazing what you're doing over there and the work that, you know, you and your team are putting in to create change and to hopefully cast a ripple effect that creates a larger change. And, you know, one life will touch another life, and eventually we're spreading out pretty wide and far. So really
Thanks a lot.
impressed with what you're doing out there, not only here on the course and between the start and finish lines, but also in life in general. You know, you're an advocate for good, and you've always been super kind to me, and I've always appreciated you. And you know, there's a reason why you've got a lot of karma points out there, because you're just a genuine great
Well, I
human
hope
being.
so. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, it's awesome. I love the sport for so many reasons, but like I've always, I don't know if you've heard, but I've always like when I got into the sport, I was 17, and I like had moved to a different high school, and it was like I definitely felt a little isolated. And like coming to ultra running ever since then has been like feeling like I'm in a community of people who understand me and who share the same values and same general goals. And so, you know, now that I've been in the sport for so long, this just feels like the way to express that gratitude is through trying to continue that, give that opportunity, that feeling of belonging to other people, you know.
That's
So,
awesome.
I
That's
mean,
absolutely
and like
beautiful.
I said before this, like Air Vipa is a great example of that, right? You guys bring people together and help them feel like the best version of themselves. However many 80 races, what are we at now? You know?
I think Jamil and the team have like I think 60 some odd races.
Must be tens of thousands of runners each year, you know.
It's amazing, and he
incredible.
cares about every single race the same.
Totally, yeah.
It's amazing what's going
it's a
on
great
at Air
example
Vipa.
of like bringing people together and helping them feel better, feel stronger, feel connected.
Yeah, no, the community is the number one thing. So again, thank you so much, Dakota. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
Go rest, go recover.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we'll see you at some other
See
races.
you soon. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
such a wonderful delight. Forgo, give up everything that I own. Yeah, I'd give it all up now just to be with you somehow. Unexpected love was found. You're the rose in a garden, and it shows if I'm honest. You're the leaves in mid-August, and I've come out here to say that I love you. Ooh, ooh, you, ooh, so slow. Hold you in my arms, won't let go. The world around could pass us by, a thunderstorm, a lightning strike, as we hold each other tight. You're the rose in a garden, and it shows if I'm honest. You're the leaves in mid-August, and I've come out here to say that I love you. Ooh, ooh,
friends are now my enemies. Always tell you what to do. Can't keep up with all the bullshit they're throwing your way. Always looking for the easy way. Now they're walking over you. Yeah. Never felt so damn frustrated. You're just wasting my time. All the feelings that I dread
And thank you guys so much for joining us and staying tuned here as we have our Jackpot Ultras Appreciation Day. Kind of keeping an eye on all of the events here, eyes on Tent City, as these runners are making their way through the long course. That's kind of the fun of today, is we get to see the long course versus yesterday's short course. There's Treashel right there, our Mount to Coast athlete making his way around. If anyone knows of him, he's got a history here in the sport. Worth checking out. We are going to stay live for the next 45 minutes. We're going to go to 8 hours here, 4 p.m. Pacific time, in which we will cut off. We've got the tracking on the website there. They are working on I just barely spoke to our timing crew. They are working on correcting the algorithm so that they're making sure that every runner in the 100K is having their official splits, and it's all being done properly. So they're working on the back end there. They're going to get everything updated, so we should have that shortly. But yeah, another fantastic race, another fantastic day here in Henderson, Nevada, at the Jackpot Ultras. All of the different distances. We've got the USATF 100-mile race. We've got the 100-mile short course. We've got our 48-hour, 6-hour, 12-hour races, 100-miler, the Mount to Coast 100K, 24-hour race, the 50-miler, which just wrapped up not too long ago with Chris Andrews taking the win in a stunning 5:59. Absolutely amazing race. Or, sorry, just 6:50. Not 5:59, 6:50. I get numbers mixed up, right? I get a little dyslexic. Absolutely crushed the 50-mile race. Tomorrow we will have our 6-hour race starting at 8 a.m. for all of those who are in it. Not a big field, but definitely worth it. So if you're in the Nevada area and you want to come out and kind of spectate a little bit, take in some views, take in some community, we'll be here all day tomorrow. We, as in Aravaipa, sorry, not Mountain Outpost, we will not be broadcasting tomorrow. Next race we've got on the docket is going to be our Mesquite Canyon races here in a couple weeks. That is going to be the finale to our winter, or I guess spring here, on the Sonoran Cup. Depending on how those races go, we will have the Damn Good Run, which is going to be our series finale, the grand championship of the Sonoran Cup. So tune in for that one so we can watch what's going on with the Sonoran Cup series. We'll also be out at a little race called Lake Sonoma 50. Classic race. And then we've got the big one, Cocodona 250, in which we will be broadcasting all week long. Everyone here at Mountain Outpost Live appreciates you showing up, giving us your time and your attention. We hope that we've made these races a little more accessible and enjoyable for you. Yes, Ashley, the geese were following our bread lady out to the water. She had a bag of bread. And yes, we've got Ed, the jester, still doing his thing. We enjoyed a phenomenal interview with Dakota Jones talking about Footprints, his non-prof, and also kind of his experience at the USATF 100-mile championship, is preparing for that goal, training, and what's next for him. So if you missed that, go ahead and scroll back to about 2 p.m. today. That was a couple hours ago, and check it out. It was a great conversation with Mr. Dakota Jones, trail running icon here in the sport. You keep on enjoying the views, and we will be back shortly. And here we are again. It's me, your host, Zach Marion, coming to you live from Henderson, Nevada, here at Cornerstone Park for the Jackpot Ultras Appreciation Day. We've got so many races that we've been watching today. We've been able to recap a lot of the yesterday's events, foreshadowing tomorrow's 6 hour. But this just about does it for us today. We are going to go ahead and cut here in the next couple minutes. We're going to go to the 4 hour mark, or 4 o'clock mark. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate you guys tuning in, giving us some love, giving all these runners your appreciation, your energy, your good vibes. That's what we do here at Mountain Outpost. We want to give a shout out to Mount to Coast and the city of Henderson, Nevada for supporting us in this. If you're ever in the area, come check out Henderson, Nevada, just right south of Las Vegas. If you're in the town, you want to come out, a great place to stay. Henderson gives it to you. It's a great, great city. They've been so wonderful allowing us to basically take over the park every single year for this event. As you all have seen, it's such a fun community vibe. It's such a fun community event. It's a great place to be this weekend here in February every single year for not only the USATF 100-mile championships, but we've got any distance and any time that you would want to run. It's all here this weekend. You can pick and choose whatever you guys want to do. Show up, enjoy some great weather, enjoy a great location, stop by the strip afterwards. I mean, there's so much you can do here. Also, shout out to Mount to Coast. Thank you guys so much for sponsoring us. Check out their awesome fresh kicks here. They are known for being a big, long endurance shoe. This is kind of a shoe specific to long, not only just 100 miles, multi-day, you name it, it's good. Mr. Jamil Khoury used it almost exclusively for his segment challenge in January, the Chipotle Strava segment challenge that I think he ran 300 plus miles in this shoe over the month. Sight unseen, got him, started wearing him the next day, loved him. I've had them on my feet all weekend. I've appreciated them a lot. They got a great feel, great energy return, super comfortable shoe for a shoe that's brand new, that's new to the market. Their quality is up there with anybody else in the game. So our next race that you can catch us at is going to be Mesquite Canyon in a couple weekends. Check out our Instagram handles. Check out our website. You'll be able to find everything on there. We'll be updating and posting whenever we get new races announced. So if you have not done so yet, go subscribe. Get that alert every single time we go live. Our goal is to be live every single weekend here in the next couple years, and we're working towards that. Bring you all some of the best races here in the sport. If there's anything you want to see, hit me up, Zach at AravaipaRunning.com. I'm the director. I'm going to help bring everything I can to you guys. We're going to make stuff happen. Again, thank you so much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure sharing this wonderful course, this wonderful race with you guys. We had some amazing performances yesterday in the USATF Championship, and we've got more performances left to be had. So hop onto the timing. That's up in the corner there in the chat. Go check it out. Get these runners to the finish line. Get them to the end of their race. Cheer them on. Send them all your love. But for myself, Zach Marion, my crew, huge shout out to Jordan Schmidt, Trevor Linton, and we had Jamil Khoury out here. We've got Sean Haworth, all making this happen, bringing you not only the content on our Instagram handle and our social pages, but here on the channel, the YouTube channel as well. From all of us to you, thank you so much for joining us. We will see you in a couple weeks at Mesquite Canyon.